Meeting for Education. Minister, welcome, and SG, welcome to this meeting. I'm going to ask, after me, all members to introduce themselves. Lorraine Botha, Chairperson for the Standing Committee Education. Members, please continue.
Morning, Chairperson. Khalid Sayed, member of the committee.
Good morning, Chairperson Regan Allen.
Good morning, Chair Khalil Brankes.
I'm sure I saw Member Christians.
Yes, Chairperson, good morning.
Thank you. Minister, over to you, and then SG, to you and the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and to all the members and officials. I think this is another one of the lasts for the SG. It will be his last budget engagement with this committee. I would think that he would have preferred to leave the department in a much stronger financial position than we are in at the moment, but he certainly it's not his fault that it's not. I think we've managed the little, well, not the little, it's a lot, it's a big budget, but there's a lot to cover. And I think that often confuses people to think that because it's such a large amount of money that actually we should be able to do a lot more with what we have. But the reality is that the demand is just so outstripping the amount that we get, and I believe very strongly that a lot of that has to do with the fact that our department is well led and well managed, and we are providing really good quality education for what we have. So I don't want to go into any further detail other than that, other than to say thank you to the team and hand over to my SG. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. You have gone a bit into the forward, but we'll come back to that.
Sorry.
SG.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Just a bit of guidance, please. Is it just the introduction of the team?
SG, I must just indicate to you that your voice is very faint, sir.
Thank you. They tell me it increases a little bit. Maar ek is maar 'n sagte ouetjie, Chair. As you know. Is that any better, Chair?
There you are, a bit better, SG.
Good, thank you. Just a check, please, Chair. Is this just an introduction of the team, not yet forward comments?
No, sir, not just introducing.
Great, excellent. Then good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. It's a poignant engagement, as Minister says, my last one. My team is Mr. Archie Lewis, the Deputy Director General for Institutional Development and Coordination, Ms. Berenice Daniels, who is the Director for Special Education, because that's an important part, Ms. Brona Hammond, the Director Communications, Mr. Haroon Mohammed, the Chief Director Curriculum, is in the meeting as well, as is Mr. Leon Eli, the CFO, of course, and Ms. Erna Veldman, the Chief Director Finance, and Mr. Rian Eisen, also Finance, very capable and experienced finance team. We also have Ms. Lesline McGlenn, the Chief Director Infrastructure, with us in the background. Peter Beets, the DDG for Curriculum. It's also his last meeting. He is also retiring at the end of this month. Mr. Sadi Abrams, the Deputy Director General for Education Planning, the whole education planning and infrastructure and transport and all the main hoofbrekens is his branch, is in his branch. Dr. Sigamni Naike, Chief Director, Inclusive and Special Education. Ms. Tina Singh, Chief Director, Examinations and Assessment, Standing Committee, engaged with her recently. In the last Standing Committee meeting. Those are currently the members that are in place, Chair, and we look forward to an informative engagement with the Standing Committee.
Thank you very much, SG, for the introductions of everybody in the team. I wish to acknowledge Ben Daza, who is our Senior Procedural Officer. And then I just wanted to check, Wasima, are you good on the connected now?
I'm fine. Everything is fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I acknowledge Ms. Wasima Hassan Musa, who is our Procedural Officer. Then also, I want to acknowledge anybody of the public who have joined this meeting. Thank you for availing yourselves to be here. Now, members, I did not receive any apology for anybody. SG, I just wanted to check whether you wanted to render an apology for anybody that would have been here that is not here.
Thank you. My team is present. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, members, today we are discussing the third adjustment appropriation for education, as well as the appropriation for 21-22 for the Department of Education. I want to ask members, please, to all mute yourselves just to avoid any background noises so that we don't hear it. And then in regard to you communicating with me, but this is for both the department as well as members, to use the raise your hand function or just text in the chat function so that I can acknowledge you there. And then please, once you have received a turn to speak, lower your hand thereafter, and then also mute yourself thereafter. I want to ask during our engagement, and SG, this is now going to be for you, to please mute your video and your mic whilst you are not talking. And then you are most welcome, anybody, you are most welcome to use your video and your mic, your sign mic, if it is your turn to speak. Yeah, I think we are clear with the virtual platform by now. So that is the rules that we just have to abide by. Then members, in regard to our order of the day, we are going to do the third adjustment appropriation right now. We then are going to go into a Q&A around that. Thereafter, we will take a brief, just a leg stretch break, and then we will come back for the appropriation for the department. But I will give you, rules around that when we get to that. We will adopt the reports right after we have done both the main appropriation as well as the third adjustment. I'm now going to afford an opportunity, Minister, for you, if you wish to continue on the forward that we touched on, and then to the SG, if he has inputs to give around the forward. And then members, I shall give you an opportunity to ask questions around that. Thank you very much, Minister. Over to you.
Thank you again, Chairperson. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little. I think, as I've said, what I did in the beginning, that really sets the scene for our financial situation. We did receive some relief in that the cuts were not as bad as we expected, which was a little bit of a relief, but it's becoming unfortunate that we have to be relieved with that instead of actually that we aren't getting the additional funding that we so desperately need. So I'm just giving broad brushstrokes. I'll leave the department to deal with the details. You all know by now that the COVID pandemic has not only affected schooling and the education of our learners and many of our teachers, but it's also affected our budget very, very severely, because we've had to procure sanitizer, masks, and various other things to the tune of around between 400 and 450 million rand, which is, combine that with the cuts to our infrastructure grant, is about a third of our infrastructure budget. So I don't need to spell out to you what the implications are for maintaining and building schools. So that is a problem, but it's one that we have to deal with because there is no other money available, and obviously safety of our staff and learners is paramount. So that is going to continue into the next financial year. I'm not sure if you're doing the whole thing at once and then just the detail later. So if I may be so bold, we obviously are continuing
Minister,
our...
Minister, we're going to deal with the third
Later.
adjustment
Okay.
year now, and then the main appropriation we'll do thereafter, after the question and answer session.
Okay, sure. Well, then that's really just my introductory comments. We've been hit really hard. We were relieved in the sense that the staff increases didn't go through, not because we don't want our teachers to get better salaries, but because we simply didn't have the budget for it. But I think on that note, I'll hand over to the SG. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you also for that clarification on the fact that we're not talking generally yet, just the third adjustment budget. By introduction, I just want to say the third adjustment budget was a technical adjustment. I know that the Standing Committee is fully aware of the broad provincial reasons why there is a third adjustment budget. It was seeking funding for COVID for addressing the COVID needs, and also seeking funding to assist with vaccinations, etc. And largely for the support of health and the medical requirements. In our case, you will notice that there is a decrease of 350 million in the adjustment budget. That's surrendered, and there are two reasons for that. First of all, it is wholly and fully compensation of employment, something that we give off with a hard heart, given the challenges that we face in the reality of expanding system. And I will make it clearer when we go into yourself, please, Mr. Mayor, just mute. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, just mute, please. Thank you.
So I'll explain that dire need as we go into the main appropriation for the 21-22 year. In the 2021 year, the 350 million reduction was the bulk of it was the cost of living adjustment or the salary increase funding that was reserved in the budget for the salary negotiations. When those salary negotiations were decided nationally by the National Treasury, that they would not be applied and there would not be increases, the money that was reserved in the budget was given back to Provincial Treasury for reallocation for other priorities, mainly COVID. The second part of that, not all 350 million was the salary increase. There is a small part of that, a small fraction, that had to do with the reality of the COVID year, where there was slow filling of posts during the COVID period. And that was primarily because schools did not function for many, many months at optimal level, and therefore the need for those filling of the posts was not there. And when there was some filling of the posts, the process also slowed down, and as a consequence, there was savings in the year. It is a once-off reduction, and the reason for that once-off reduction of this part is simply because of the lower demand from schools in the school lockdown period. The cost of living, of course, is not a once-off. That's a carry-through effect, and we'll speak to that in the rest of the budget. I'm going to pause there, Chairperson, for any further conversation or questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG. Members, any questions on that input? Member Christians, I note you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for that. I fully understand how it works now. The money that the decrease in the budget. All that the question that I want to ask is, again with the COVID and the adjustment, did every school get the allotted COVID, whatever you call it, COVID, the mask and everything? Did every school get what was required, and is everything projected for a school going forward? Is every school sorted out in that regard, having with the COVID and vaccines and all of that. I think that's important. The second thing, Chair, that I want to ask is, of course, we still have in the schools, we have learners coming to school every alternate day because of COVID. Classroom sizes is a problem because learners cannot come to school as regular as in the past. What is the way forward with that? What is the way forward, and how do we see, the COVID being talking about a third and maybe possibly a fourth wave? What is the education department seeing, the frequency of schooling days and all of those type of things? And of course, your teachers, with the amount of teachers that we have, I don't know if we can address, have additional classes and additional teachers just to keep up with the running of schools. It's extremely difficult. So I don't know if I made sense, but that is basically just the way forward. How's the education department seeing the way forward with children only going to alternative days and vaccinations and all of that, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Christians. Member Sayed. SG, I'm going to take a round as per the usual. Okay.
Chair, thank you very much. And let me also welcome the Superintendent General and also thank him for all his good work. Chair, mine is following on from the question raised by Member Christians. Firstly, on COVID, could we get a sense as to and I know maybe health would need to also respond, but no, from education side, the time frame for vaccination rollout for teachers. So that we get a sense of that. Then also, it was indicated, and I'm not sure whether I heard correctly, but 350 million cut or basically surrendered to Treasury, which was supposed to be for compensation of employees. I'm not sure whether I heard correctly. Now, that within the backdrop of the fact that we've got many learners who are unplaced, I just wanted to get a sense, is the SG getting reports from schools that that there are teacher shortages? Because I know that the SG spoke about that there was, there were posts that have still been vacant due to COVID, but within the context of the fact that there's a high demand of entry to schools now, is the department getting suggestions and demands from schools for more teachers? And then how does that speak to the fact that now money has been surrendered from the compensation of employees?
Thank you, Member Bosman. Lower your hand, Member Sayed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. I also want to echo my thanks to the SG. I know I met him when I was in high school, and I also want to say thank you to Mr. Beers, who I met in my previous life. We do appreciate your contribution, and we know that education is a lifelong job, and you probably won't be retiring at all. You'll probably end up doing some more work from home, but for free. Chair, my question is also with regards to the funds being surrendered back to the Provincial Treasury. I just want to ask, in terms of the current court case around the national wage negotiations, is there any guarantee that this money will come back to the department if a different outcome comes out of that court case where the unions have taken government to court? We know that education is probably going to be the worst affected because we have the largest number of state employees, and also teachers are also seen as one of the big line items. So are we expecting this money to be reserved for that, or is there a special sort of arrangement? And the second question, Chair, is around whether the department has done any work in putting aside extra resources for psychosocial support for teachers who over the last year has worked under very difficult circumstances, and I suspect might need a bit more in terms of psychosocial support. Certainly my interactions with teachers has been that teachers are under a lot of stress having to change their way of working, and we focus not so much on them, but always on the learners. And then the last question, Chair, if the Minister and the SG could perhaps just give the committee an update on all unplaced learners in the province, just so we have that, because the last figure we heard was just over 6,500. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Bosman. Member Allen.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Some of my questions has been covered partly, and if I can just, in terms of the amount that has been surrendered back to the Provincial Revenue Fund, it is indicated that it is due to the impact of the COVID pandemic. It is a broad statement. If the department is able to explain what that actually means and how lockdown regulations potentially played a role in that as well. But also with the specific program, and besides surrendering the funds, what would the impact be on learners? So if we say in program 2, 4, and 7, X amount has been surrendered back, and I would understand that the impact would be that the money is surrendered. But is the department able to say what impact that potentially had on learners as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm also covered by those questions. SG, over to you. Thank you, sir.
I just want to check, Chair, whether the Minister wants to start off, or would you like me to take it first?
If you could start, and then if necessary, I'll mop up at the end. Thanks.
Thanks, Minister. Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to, first of all, thank you for your kind words about my pending retirement. Normally, when the Standing Committee dishes out kind words at the beginning of an engagement, then they're going to get rough as time goes on. So I'm quite looking forward to the rest of this meeting. Also, just if I may, Chair, just say to Member Bosman, I'm looking forward to becoming an armchair critic now, because then I am unshackled and I shall criticize across the board where it is necessary. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Of course, my interest in educational matters in this province and in this country will not diminish at all. Thank you for those kind words. I want to just start with Member Christians. The first aspect was that did every school get the COVID requirements? And the answer is yes. Every single school in this province got COVID requirements. They got it on time and they got it in phases as was required. And also the SIU, which doesn't ever seem to complete its investigation yet, but its interim report that came out had given us a clean bill of health, for which I'm grateful. It was under strange conditions that those were procured. So yes, every school had it. You also asked about going forward. Now, first of all, we don't know what the needs and requirements are going forward. So we have to be cautious with wasteful expenditure. If the vaccinations roll out as one sees and promises, then the potential means that there will be a decreased need over time for health and safety protocols and measures. We think, though, that that will not be immediate. And that is why, as we allocated materials for COVID-19 or COVID-19 essentials, we did it in phases over the range of last year, including right up to the end delivery still in November, for example, so that schools would have it for this year. And there was enough to last well into this year. And where schools attested to or said that they did not have it, we went to help them look in their storerooms, and occasionally we found materials. However, we have also said that because schools going forward now will know what their needs are and when their needs are, they need to make available planning funding in the norms and standards funding going forward. We'll keep a careful eye on that, and if necessary, we will augment that if the needs become great or there are challenges going forward. The one other thing we did was, for the turn of the year, for new and introductory learners into the system, we transferred funds to schools so that every learner would still have masks, for example. So I'm pleased to say that that this department, I think, can be quite proud of the way in which we managed that up to this point, and we will keep careful tabs going forward. Then the question about alternate day attendance and the way forward with that, and what happens in the third and fourth wave. Again, a great question, but the reality of the matter is that we are facing a global pandemic and therefore a global adjustment to education across the world. It's not a Western Cape phenomenon or even a South African phenomenon, and therefore education across the world is affected and will be affected. And because the pandemic is there and we do not yet have it normalized in a normalized society, education will continue to be impacted for years, at least for 2 or 3 years. And if we have, therefore, alternative day attendance, it means that we have to readjust the outcomes that are expected from an education system. You can't just continue to cram in content as had been prior to COVID-19 in a normal education space. So already there have been adjustments to curricula. And in our province, we've made it very clear with wonderful resources that our curriculum people, Dr. Beards and his team, have made available. We've made it very clear that we have support for teachers in augmentative material, but at the same time, also material that learners can take home to augment their learning. We allocated last year extra millions of rands for print material for where schools do not or learners do not have access to digital learning fully yet. And it is also an ongoing improvement day by day to enhance more and more learners get access to digital learning, particularly learners in poor communities that struggle with that. They're brilliant examples of that allocation. So what I'm trying to say is that we don't know what the third and or fourth wave will bring. If it brings further school closures, unnatural school closures, which is possible, although I also think that society is learning to cope with COVID-19, and the fear and anxiety which persists, of course, in a global pandemic is lessening a little bit. There's greater understanding, albeit slowly, about the fact that kids are not generally severely influenced by COVID-19. There's global research that points to that space. And so the sensible understanding about schooling and the continuance of schooling and the importance of schooling is slowly dawning on our nation. However, because we are very far from herd immunity and very far from having a critical mass vaccinated, potential for school closure is always there. What we've done in the WCED now, in the run-up to this, in every district and in every school, is we've alerted our schools to that potential. We've asked them to prepare both materials and to be alert to this. Of course, the ability of a system as large as ours to have that and be prepared in the way that we would like every single teacher in every single school to be ready is patchy, and our districts are working hard to make sure that that happens. I am saying, though, that there's no way that we can think that education is not adversely affected. The modeling that we have from education statisticians across the world indicates that the impact of COVID-19 across the globe could have an impact for as long as up to a decade in learner performance that is different to the learner performance that had been in place before the time. So I'm appealing for sensible educationists to understand that the education outcomes must be different over the next decade, and we must focus on the key and important skills and the key concepts that learners need to have and minimize the content. I hope I've tried to deal with that. Member Said, thank you very much. I will say again that of that 350 million surrendered, a very small bit is because of the fact that the system had shut down, and therefore the money that had been available for the filling of posts that are either vacant or elsewhere, that spending was slow, but it's the minority of the 350. The majority of that is because of the money reserved for salary increases and that which was expected to have to be paid or paid back to teachers. When the decision was made that that will not be implemented, that is the money that was surrendered. Of course, I also indicated that I give that with a really heavy heart, because I mean, we could have used that money so much better, but we could have used that for expansion of the system. We all know the pressure we're under, and when we get to the main appropriation budget, I will underscore that point. I will underscore the point, which I don't want to do here in the third adjustment budget, because this is just the third adjustment budget we're speaking about. I want to say again, I mean, it's critical that we understand that our monthly salary bill is 1.2 billion rand. That's 1 month's salary bill. 350 million, which is a lot of money, is a fraction of 1 month's salary bill. I know it boggles the mind, but it consequently weighs heavily on my mind, of course. And I say that because it's not even a fraction of a month's salary bill that can be adjusted by the stroke of a pen. And then the ability to then manage that really takes all our skills and resources. Member Bosman asked a question about, so what happens if the current court case, if the state loses the court case? Well, because this money has been surrendered everywhere across the country because of the national decision to not pay those salary increases, and you can debate politically whether that's right or wrong. The fact of the matter is that was the decision that we have to administer. Now, if there is if the court case is lost and we have to pay it, then the National Treasury has to find that money. There's nowhere else that it can be found. It can't be found out of our budget, because we've publicly and clearly needed to surrender those funds. I also want to say that this thing has come on for a long while already, and this money is dragged along every time. We can't spend it. It's in our budget. We can't use it for other things. It's earmarked, and it skews the picture of the budget, and that the public and others don't necessarily understand. So if the court case is lost, we're in trouble, and the nation is, in any case, I think, financially in a spot of bother. Extra sources for psychosocial support for teachers. Yeah, we perhaps I just want to remind you that we have a contract for teacher wellness. It is an outside agency that's contracted, that is free of charge for all teachers. It includes a range of wellness issues, including psychosocial support, including counseling, including everything else. And we don't need extra resources. Those resources are available. And in that context, we encourage teachers that have that need to make use of it. At the same time, our special education support needs and our psychosocial services that are primarily geared for learners, of course, also know about this. And when there is a trauma at a school, our psychosocial services have done amazing work in giving the necessary support and counseling also to our teachers, and to also then direct them to further support where necessary through the wellness contract. The question of unplaced learners, Chair, you can direct whether you want me to respond to that under this third adjustment budget, or whether you want me to respond to that a little bit later. It doesn't quite reflect on this one alone.
SG, yes, if you can reflect on it later, then it's fine, sir.
Right.
I also thought in that direction.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we will speak to it as it goes on, but perhaps the questions will come up later as well. And then Member Allen, the question about the impact of the surrendered funds, and you made reference, and thank you very much for making reference to where they come from. Program 2, Program 4, Program 7 is the spread of where those funds are allocated. As I'd indicated, the because of the pandemic part of it is small of the 350. It's a small fraction of the 350. I don't have the exact amount now, but the impact of the slow filling of posts was because the demand at the school level was less because kids weren't in school. And when they were in school, they were hardly ever in school for months at full resource. So schools felt, in fact, that the half classes were manageable with their staff, and therefore did not move to extend that. And I would remind you that during the pandemic, we also, with our suggestion in the national space, for example, with teacher with comorbidities, we didn't put replacement teachers in for teachers with comorbidities. We had teachers with comorbidities work from home, and we put in, where every case was required, we put in a teaching assistant in the school. And that also was a cost saving in the first place. We replaced teachers when they were on sick leave or fell ill, but teachers with comorbidities we didn't replace. We put in assistants because those teachers still worked. I wanted to just say something about the going forward now. It slipped my mind, it'll come back to me a little bit. You'll see the bulk of that money comes from program 2, which is obviously, it's 295 million of the 350 comes from program 2, which of course is school education, and the rest is split with special education, because also the special education psychosocial support and education for learners with profound intellectual challenges, for example, is there. It's a small amount, but it is there. And also in program 7, where special projects and special ed projects are as well, there was a little bit of savings across that. So it's spread across those different levels. Chair, I think that I've covered all except for the one about the unplaced learner matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG. I just want to ask, in terms of that 350 million surrendered, why could you not use the 350 for building new schools or for extra classrooms or for maintenance?
Great question. I wish I could. It is earmarked and saved specifically therefore. When Treasury earmarks something, we've got no control over that money. And it can only be used for that. And for years now, the compensation money has been earmarked and limited. I've bewailed that fact repeatedly because it ties my hands behind my back. I do not have full control over the shifting of budget. And if you've got a 25 billion budget, then you need to sometimes, when you've got savings here, move it there. Now, because of the concern of the salary budget in the state, across the whole state sector, National Treasury makes a pen sweep decision that you have to control that, and therefore you can't use it for anything else. Now, that is understood across the state. It is a less than wise decision. I was going to call it stupid, but let's call it a less than wise decision. When you have an education system in one or two departments that is expanding and the need cannot be met. And therefore you need to be able to manage it. But as I said, the reason I can't use it or could not use it for anything else because it was earmarked and therefore limited.
Thank you very much, SG. Yeah, okay. I also wanted to use that word that you wanted to use.
Which I didn't use, Chair. I didn't use the word. I just said I wanted to use the word.
That's why I say you wanted to use. Members, so that was the foreword of both the SG and the Minister, and that was the response to your questions posed. Before I table this whole third adjustment appropriation, did you want to follow up on responses to your questions? Member Bosman, keeping in mind that your question will be answered when we get to the session for the main appropriation. No? Then, members, I table the numbers to you in regard to this third appropriation with the annexures. Any questions that you have on that? Nada? Nobody? Okay. Okay, no questions then in regard to the actual numbers. Wasima, members, this is the appropriations is considered to be a public hearing. I'm just checking with Wasima. Is there anybody that has indicated to pose a question in regard to this third appropriation?
Chair, I haven't received any request from any guests
Okay.
to give any input, but she is welcome to ask if anybody has joined after the fact.
Thank you very much. Member Syed, I noted your hand and then you lowered.
Chair, no, it's fine, Chair. I was just a bit confused. So we're not, so are we still going into the book, the blue book in terms of the page? I'm not too out. I think I lost
Syed?
you a bit. Yeah.
Okay, all right. In regard to where we were now,
Okay.
we did the third adjustment appropriation for the department. Remember that 350 million rand specifically. We are not with the main budget as yet. If that
Okay.
answers
No, then
your
I'm covered,
question.
Chair.
Okay.
Then I'm covered.
So,
I'm covered.
we're moving in that direction now. That is the second part of our business of the day. And then remember I said, and we had a resolution that we will adopt the reports as well today. And I said earlier on that both reports we will adopt at the end of our session. You okay now? You're on par with where we are?
Okay. I'm on par.
Okay. So what we have done now, we have given an opportunity to the minister and the HOD in regard to doing a forward on the third adjusted appropriation. We posed questions to them on that, and then I said that I'm tabling the whole third adjustment appropriation in terms of the numbers. And I asked whether you have any questions on the specific numbers quoted in the third adjustment. So that is where we are. I then said, okay, the silence means that there is nothing. The questions has been posed. And I have now asked Wasima whether there was anybody from the public on the platform that who indicated that they would wanted to pose a question. And she then indicated none was indicated to her. Okay, all right. So members, it is now 8:44. I didn't think that we were going to get through the third appropriation so quickly. So I'm quickly taking guidance from you as to this because I want to handle the main appropriation as a whole and I do not want to take a break then. So my guidance I'm asking from you, do we then continue starting with the main appropriation now and then take a break thereafter, or can we take about 10 minutes break now and then start with the entire budget and continue up until conclusion? Member Bosman.
Chair, if I could propose that we continue with the main adjustment and then we break when the committee does its internal work, if that works for everybody else, but I'm going to be guided by a colleague as well.
Okay, members, there is a proposal on the table. Are we guided by that? I don't have a problem with that.
Chair, no, I agree. Member Christians, no, I agree. Let's continue, and then we,
okay.
As Member Bobson said, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Okay, so now we are with the main appropriation as referred to, and Member Syed has alluded to it, the Blue Book. And we are, in the Blue Book, we are from pages 167 up until 219. From 200 to 219, it's all the annexures. So we will deal with the annexures as an entirety. So you ask your questions in that format. I will afford the minister an opportunity to speak on her forward, and then also the SG in speaking on his forward. Then I will then pose questions to them or take questions by you to them and their responses, and thereafter we will start on the actual report on from page 167, but I'll guide you through that, how we're going to do that. Minister, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I think we've covered some of the sort of introductory remarks as part of the third appropriation, but as we can see from the figures as well as our conversations over some time now, this is certainly not a budget for expansion. It's certainly it's trying to tread water, which we're not even doing either. But unfortunately, given the financial circumstances of the country, it's very difficult for us to be able to do that. So the budget is not expanding, but the learner numbers are, which is exactly what is contributing to the issue of placements. And given that that was asked, I'm going to answer it now. The last figure I had this week was about 6,000 still, just slightly over 6,000. We can get the exact figure. But half of those, 3,000 of those are late applications, 2,500 only this year. So it's extremely difficult to plan, no matter what system you have and how much money you have. It's extremely difficult to plan when you don't know who's coming, when, and where they want to where they want their children to go to school. So there's quite rightly a focus nationally on cutting the costs of COE. We completely support that, but I don't believe there's enough of a differentiation and appreciation of service delivery departments versus other departments that are not quite so service delivery orientated. And we simply cannot cut COE when we have more learners, because that means cutting teacher posts. And we all know our teacher learner ratio is high. It's very high, in fact. And we cannot reduce that without increasing COE. So it's a bit of a catch-22, because we do completely support the fact that the civil service wage bill across the country is way too big. But I think there needs to be more focus on departments that are not quite as essential as others. As we said also earlier, that we are relieved that the court case has gone the way of the government at this point, but it is a huge risk for us going forward, because if the case is overturned on appeal, then we are going to be in very, very serious trouble. The reality really is that we can't keep on taking more people without getting more money. COVID is going to remain a risk for us in the sense of having to provide, if people are off or sick, or if we have to provide more sanitizing equipment and hygiene measures and so on. And obviously that is also always at the top of our minds. We are doing everything we can and will continue to do so in the coming year, even with a budget that is not adequate, to use our e-learning resources better. But of course, we would like to expand that far more, which requires money. So we also really wanting to continue focusing on STEMAC, not only STEM, because of the desperate need for technical and vocational skills in our economy. And we are making some progress on that, but not nearly as much as I would like. So there are many proposals that we have, and some of them are very good. People want extra this, extra that, but people must also just remember that we can, whatever we have to do that costs money has to come from something else, because there isn't any other money. So if we want to do one thing instead of another thing, then we have to take money away from another budgeted project. So I just want people to bear that in mind when we make proposals about wanting extra psychosocial support and extra transport and extra all kinds of other things. We really would love to give everything possible to every child that we have in our province. But the reality is that with the budget that we have to constantly balance needs against each other, and they are all very urgent and desperate needs. So I think my department is doing very well under the circumstances. We always do manage our finances extremely well. And I want to thank them for that, and then hand over to the SG for more detail. Thank you, SG, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. SG?
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. The Minister has set the scene, I think, very nicely, and I just want to add on a little bit in detail. The reality is that if you take a look, for example, on page 159, you will see that 2017, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, there have been increases in the budget up to 2021 that have simply been inflation increases, not real increases in budget. And come 21, 22, we have a decrease of 2.4%. And that decrease, after not real increases over the past 4 or 5 years, means that education, whilst it's increasing by 18 to 19,000 learners a year, means only one thing: overcrowded classrooms. There's no other sum that can be made. And if you then get a system where you don't know where thousands of learners are going to demand places until they arrive and demand it, it's an impossibility to manage. Then furthermore, besides that, your secondary group of learners demanding places demand places in places where largely informal housing happens. So you haven't got a formalized planned structure where that happens, and the demand is great. And as the accounting officer for education, I've got to try to find places for those kids. Now, there are places available, for example, in hostels across the province. There are places available in areas where parents then do not want to send their kids because of the socio-economic dangers that exist in those areas. And when that happens, what do we do? So we have some places, parents refuse the potential places that are there. So it's a conundrum, and by no means are we giving up. We will continue to move towards placing. But I wanted to sketch the reality of a decreasing budget with an increasing demand. And those words sound so hollow because the context of those words must be noted clearly. Without real increased funding over the last 4 or 5 years, and now a decrease in budget, I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy for an expanding system. And there are 2 or 3 provinces, particularly Gauteng and ourselves, that have this demand where we are increasing. But the money is not flowing from maybe areas where there is a decrease, such as areas where some of our learners come from to demand better quality education. Now, in that context of the decrease of the budget, despite that decrease, the conditional grants have a slight increase and will show a slight increase, largely in the infrastructure space. And even that has made planning almost impossible because there were continued threats to remove and cut infrastructure budget. And it was in fact cut in earlier adjustments, and then suddenly given. And for 2 or 3 years now, we were given money back towards the end of the financial year with a demand that we spend it in 2 or 3 months. I mean, that's equally quite crazy to manage. The fact that we've managed it with the degree of success that we had is certainly to the, we've got to be thankful to our officials that worked tirelessly to be able to manage that, including infrastructure officials that sometimes get lambasted for these issues, and district officials which are at the coalface, which have to deal with communities that are unhappy, understandably unhappy, and sometimes are unable, they do not have answers to it. Now, despite the fact that there's a bit of an increase in the conditional grants in the budget year, there are decreases as well. There's decreases in the math, science and technology grant. It's a small grant, but it's crazy that we have a decrease when we actually want to expand technical and skills education, when maths and science is under pressure. And no doubt the committee will criticize us, if they so wish, for lower numbers taking maths, but the demand is great and needed. The social sector, EPW, has got a cut of 4.5 million. And then there's a reduction in the learners with profound intellectual disabilities grant as well. And that's maybe a correction. So the ability to manage the needs, the demands, and the spaces is fairly now. One of the things I think that will show you the slight increase is that the NSNP grant and the EIG grant, that the NSNP grant has been protected, and we're grateful for that. There was at the time a threat for the decrease in that space. I want to, in the context of a forward, Chair, if you'll allow me, say that as we plan and as we try to maneuver the 2021-22 budget, we're doing it in the space of balancing aspects. First of all, we recognize that COVID-19 is still with us and the potential for further disruptions is there. We have to plan for that. We have to note the trends. And so we have to balance how we continue with education to the best of our ability. We're very grateful for the fact that in many ways in our province, we are best placed with digital learning to have been able to cope with the first unexpected wave of COVID-19 in 2020. And it just underscores the global trend, underscores the importance of ensuring blended learning going forward over the next 5 years. Blended learning means that we have to continue to increase the enablement of digital learning. That includes our Wi-Fi LANs in our schools, and you are aware that besides the initial broadband connectivity of our schools, we have Wi-Fi blankets over more than a third of our schools, increasing every year. And I mean, whilst we have been criticized in the early years, for example, of the e-learning strategy, we persisted with our understanding and our vision that you have to do two things. You've got to continue creating an enabling environment, because if you don't, you fall behind globally. I'm not even talking fall behind in South Africa. So we were, I think, fortunately well placed to deal to the best of our ability. In saying that, the reality is that the what had been known as the digital divide, which still exists, of course, but the inequality in our society is also reflected in inequality of education outcomes, which education has to counter. And education has to counter that by ensuring greater digital access for poor learners in poor schools. And that's exactly our target. The second thing that we have to counter, and you will see we will continue to do that, the second thing that we have to counter is the degree of anxiety and fear that COVID-19 brings, and the consequent disruption of learning, which happens most in communities that are challenged, in poorer communities. Middle class or affluent communities are communities that have access, that can continue learning 24/7, that have ADSL, now fiber lines in their homes, Wi-Fi in kids' bedrooms, multiple devices, no data limitations. And we've had wonderful examples of initiatives that have led us in the year gone by, where poor communities and schools serving poor communities had in fact done wonders to bridge that divide. We've learned from those experiences. They're still few and far between. We've shared it with all our districts, so the districts can share it with schools, and we will accelerate that in the event of further school disruptions going forward. There is no doubt in my mind that the 5-year strategy must proceed in the context of expanding technical and skills education. If you like, the paradox is that technical and skills education is more expensive than academic schools. And yet we have to do it. So in a time when our budgets get cut, the need of the youth of this country is a greater access to technical and skills education. So we must pursue it. Again, that duality, where a better balance needs to be found between, on the one hand, blended learning, digital learning, and classroom or face-to-face learning because of the education that kids have. And we also have this duality in technical and skills education, where we need to find a better balance between academic overload and more learners gaining access to technical and skills. Ditto for agriculture. We are a rural province. People are inclined not to think so, but the need for expansion of agricultural learning is high, and particularly in the skills sector in the agricultural field. And I'm also grateful for work that is being done tirelessly by officials to expand it, pushing boundaries, sometimes pushing me, and that's not so easy, but pushing boundaries and expanding that space. I also just want to say that when we have this kind of global impact on the education system, getting the mindsets of our people right is critical. And we have embarked, as you know, but I say it repeatedly because it's necessary that we understand, on a process where we introduce values programs in all our schools. It's the central pillar of changing society. And this is not a one-year exercise in a particular budget. It is it's an extended requirement over time.
Leave the floor in the bathroom. I don't want it in the washing. Otherwise, I would have put it in the washing.
Minister, switch off your mic, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. Mindsets are clear and important, and values are clear and important, and it is a continuous drive. And for that, we need to make sure that our teachers are resilient, and in a time of global pandemic are able to motivate and inspire kids. And so our Change Mindset program in the Transform to Perform strategy does that. And the last thing I just want to say in this regard is we have to give our children hope for the future. If there's one underpinning thing that education must do, that this budget must try to give, is giving hope to our kids. We believe it is doing so. The Growth Mindset program that we're rolling out to children across the sector is very critical in this space. So, Chair, I'm really looking forward to some engagement on the matters. You will see that the reality of a decrease in the budget of 2.4%, which is, if I do the sums quickly, about 600 million rand decrease from the final adjusted 2021 budget of 25.04. It's now 24.5 billion. That's a terrible decrease to manage. And as you go, you'll see where we have decreased and where we've increased. We're thankful that infrastructure, which we thought would be a huge cut, we're able to more or less maintain that need. And I just want to say the last thing, please, if you'll allow me, and that is, remember that as we move forward and when we talk about expanding system and increasing learner numbers and demands, it's not just teachers that are needed. You need classrooms, teachers, resources. That makes up the whole pattern, and they need to be integrated and orchestrated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG, and thank you very much to the Minister. In regard to that forward expressed by both members, I will afford you an opportunity to pose questions on that. I note Member Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and the SG for that. Chairperson, I think we know that, through the years, money is always a problem, and the reduction in budgets, and as the SG said, the decrease of 600 million. Chairperson, what I really want to ask is this. The Western Cape last year or the year before amended the Western Cape Schools Act with collaboration schools. Now, that is a global phenomena. I mean, you can get that at charter schools in the UK and US, and that is, the Western Cape Education Department and the Minister then amended to have collaboration schools. So that is the partnership between private and public. I want to know how far we were that, because the budget will become less. We as education department said we want quality education, and that is one of the ways that when the budget becomes less, that we have private entities investing in our schooling. So I want to know, how far are we? Are we still, because I know that we were piloting with Langa High School, piloting with Happy Valley and Trevor Manuel School. How far are we with that process? And will that not assist with the ratio of class numbers and whatever dealers worked out with the private sector? That is the first question, Chair. And this is the other question. This is what, every year we have an influx of learners, and every year we have late applications, every year. And I know the education department has even said that the registration period must be well in advance, and still we have the same. So you must, by now, there is a trend that we just have parents that do not register our children. There is that trend. We have that trend to have 18 to 22,000 learners every year into our province, an influx. So I want to know, and I know the COVID made it difficult, but what I want to know is, surely we must plan ahead when it comes to these things. Plan ahead for extra space, plan ahead. And the minister has said we still have something like 6,000 pupils not being placed. And I know the minister said that about 2,500 or 3,000 is late applications. But, you know, we cannot have children not attending school. We need our children in school. We know that it's going to become a social mess when we don't accommodate these children. So can the minister or SG just tell us this morning, when will these children be placed? Because when we engaged with the department last week, it was 6,500. Now we're still at 6,000. When will these children be placed in a school? Chair, I'm going to park it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member Syed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the SG for the remark. Chair, my first question is again, and it's following through from Member Christians. The MEC spoke about 3,000 late applications. Again, the planning, but more. I want to know about the rest. There's 3,000. So if we say that there's 6,000 unplaced learners, or let's even say, even if the number has been reduced now to 5, what is the status of the others? If the 3,000 were late applications, how do we explain the others? Are they coming from primary schools? Are they have they dropped out of certain other schools because they cannot afford the fees, or they cannot be at those schools? Because to me, that also speaks to the issue of high schools, of there not being enough high schools in certain areas in proportion with the amount of primary schools. But I just wanted to get an explanation for that, and possibly just a breakdown. Then infrastructure linked, but not entirely. Last week, when the department came, we were really shocked that the water and electricity bills for schools are increasing, and the rates are quite high. And that's obviously the responsibility of the city of Cape Town. But don't you think, given the kind of environment that we're in terms of costs that the department has spoken about, which measures are being put in place, at least to engage with the city of Cape Town to ensure that schools do not have to pay such huge amounts for their running costs? Because that will probably assist. Thank you.
Member Christians, please.
Member Christians is building branches here.
He's building churches.
Building churches and branches.
Maar nou, wat het hy van my? Wat gaan hy van my sê? Hy het kennis wie wat dit is.
Sorry, Chair, I've muted him. I have the ability to mute. I've just muted him quickly for his sake.
That sounded very interesting, Chair. We should have.
Yeah, no, but it's not interesting for this meeting, though. Another time. Member Syed, sorry, are you done?
I'm done, Chair. I just wanted to know what engagement is taking place with the city of Cape Town around the issues of the running costs, the bills that schools have to pay to the city. You know.
Thank you. Moving on to Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, my question follows on to the detailed explanation the Minister gave on the unplaced learners. And I just wanted to find out if there are any more conversations happening at a national level where the National Department of Education takes more responsibility for the tracking of learners as well as they move from different provinces or as they move from different schools. I know in 2019 we received a presentation on the National Education Management System and the challenges with integrating that with the provincial CMS system. And I just wanted to know whether there's been any more work done on that, because if we know that the money doesn't follow the pupil, but the pupil comes to the Western Cape, how is it that we're able to build a better business case to argue for the money to follow the pupil if we don't have that data? And then I also wanted to ask whether we could get a breakdown like we did on the 4th of February 2020 on the unplaced learners in the province. If we can get the same kind of breakdown that we got last year, to also indicate to us where these learners are being unplaced, because I do think that a conversation needs to be had with the parents as well, to ensure that they actually make sure that their kids are registered well before the school year starts. And I think we've got an opportunity now with COVID to really start thinking about how do we communicate better with parents in terms of when the school year starts, because the school year has been thrown slightly out of kilter with the COVID pandemic. And then the other question I have, Chair, is with regards to sort of looking at how are we going to leverage the success that we've had with the collaboration schools to bring down the learner-teacher ratio in the Western Cape. So I'm just asking whether there are any sort of creative thinking around how do we build and expand on the collaboration schools project to ensure that we get more teachers in, but not necessarily teachers into the state system, the teachers into the education system in general, making sure that those teachers provide teaching and learning to learners in the state system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. SG, also, how many, what do you call this, extra classrooms has been, the mobile classrooms? How many mobile classrooms has been distributed to different schools or districts? And then in terms of the collaboration school, I'm just latching on to what was asked around it. What is the revenue that has been generated by this model thus far? Thank you. That is the round of questions.
Thank you. Chairperson, may I start?
Please, Minister, thank you.
Thanks very much. I would like to start with the collaboration schools, particularly for our honourable Christians asked. That was exactly our intention, one of our intentions in establishing the collaboration schools, to have this partnership. And unfortunately, so many parties objected to it that the matter is still in court at the moment. SATU and Equal Education have taken the bill to court. And I honestly believe that that is inhibiting us from expanding it as fast as we would like, because we are still having difficulties getting more operating partners. And if I were a business person, I would also not want to start a business as an operating partner and not knowing whether in a year or two's time the court might say that the act is illegal. We don't believe it is, but the fact that this uncertainty is hanging over them all the time, I think that's actually inhibiting us from expanding it further. We've had mixed success with collaboration schools. Overwhelmingly, they have succeeded. We've had a few where we've had a few hiccups, but overwhelmingly, it's doing really well. And I do believe that it could be a much better model that we could follow if we had certainty. So it's unfortunate that unfortunately some stakeholders see fit to challenge the act instead of assisting us in implementing it. The budget will become less. I think you were right on that score. But I mean, look at Bonnievale, for example. I mean, that we didn't actually have in mind Bonnievale when we first started this collaboration schools project. But because we have put that legislation in place, what was going to be a normal sort of community partnership just in building the school has now branched out into so much more, where they have a full-fledged technical school. and it's going incredibly well. And as a result of that, the fact that we do have this enabling legislation, other places are also springing up now and saying that they want to do something similar. So I do think that it will help, but it's taking quite a lot of time. And I think until there is complete legal certainty, it's not going to be that easy to expand too quickly. You were quite right. Every year we have late applications, and every year we have cuts in budget, and they are directly related. You know, you can't say we must plan better. How must we plan if we haven't got money? I mean, I don't know how many times we need to say this before people actually get it, that if we can't employ teachers and we can't implement our plans to build schools, we can't put children in them because there isn't money to pay for them. And unfortunately, our teachers won't work for free. I don't blame them. I wouldn't either. So we can't. What happens is that we have a 10-year plan, as you know, in our UAMP. We plan to build schools in certain places, and then suddenly our budget is cut. I just recall one specific year when we had the salary increases. We had to find another 165 million rand in 1 year. So where does that money come from? National government negotiates these wage increases. They don't give us the money for it, and then tell us to find the money. So we do make plans, and then our plans have to change because of that. Then, of course, we had COVID. Before that, we had the drought. And out of all of those incidents, we've had to divert money from our plans and our planned schools and also our planned expansion of staff basket posts because there simply isn't money. So that's one of the issues. The other issue is, of course, we don't know where the people are going to come. So even if we do obviously plan, and Mr. Abrams' directorate has got a lot of data that they look at to see where the hotspots are, where we expect to get more pressure, and we do plan accordingly. But the reality is we just simply don't have enough. So our plans keep on getting changed, and I don't. We should probably explain how long these processes actually take, because it's really quite frustrating in government, as SG referred to earlier. We get money sometimes right at the end of the financial year, and then we have to try and spend it. And to spend money on things like infrastructure projects is not a quick thing. There's got to be planning. There's got to be procurement processes. And it takes a long time to plan and build a school. So once you have the land, then that's the first hurdle. But then, of course, you have to plan. It's got to go to planning. It's got to go to tender, and it takes a good 2 years or so before the school is actually built, at least. So it's really not that we're not planning. It's just that we simply do not have adequate resources. As far as the city bills are concerned, I share the concern and would like to ask my officials to give some indication as to what, if any, they have, what engagements they have had with the city. I have certainly raised it. Honourable Bosman, issues with DBE. They are trying to track learners more around the country. They're using SSAMs, and we are feeding into CMIS. We were part of developing a new SSAMs that would work for us, because the current one does not give us live. It's not live, whereas CMIS is. But there are moves to try with SSAMs as well as LURITs to try and get a better handle on the numbers. But I'm not quite sure how far that is. Maybe Ishti can enlighten us a bit more on that. Parental involvement, I agree it's important, and we have also made a lot of effort over the last few years to try and spread the word about school enrollments to provinces that we know people come from most of the time. But I think also during COVID, yes, COVID has given us a bit of a curveball this year, and I do think there's been some improvement. We are getting more people registering earlier, but we still do have people coming who haven't, and I do think COVID's had something to do with it. But just in parental involvement in general, myself and SG have been involved in some international discussions and research on parental involvement during COVID. And there's the Brookings Institution in the US is quite keen on the idea that this could be used as a catalyst to ensure that we get more parental involvement in the children's education, because parents have simply had to be more involved. So I think that we will also use this as an opportunity to try and get parents more involved also in the area of enrollment. Collaboration schools I have mentioned. Okay, and then the other mobiles I can't answer. Ishti, could you take that, and the revenue generated from collaboration schools? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to ask Mr. Abrams to speak to the mobile classrooms at the end, and Mr. Eli to speak to the revenue generated in collaboration schools, what is contributed in, or Sally Abrams can also speak to that if he wants to, but between the two of them, they'll deal with that. If I could just start off also on the collaboration schools in principle, the private investment that comes into that space does not really help us at the moment with the additional placing of learners, for example, because and it doesn't help us with cost because we still pay. It's a normal public school, and the additional investment that goes into that is to try to improve the quality of education outcomes and maybe the quality of the delivery of education. We still spend the same per learner per capita cost of a public ordinary school in a collaboration school. No private partner is going to come in and pay for government education. They're going to then create an independent school. So this is not an independent school, it's a government school, and we pay the normal government. We allocate the same pupil-teacher ratio to other government schools. They can, with private investment, then help us to improve the plant, improve the classroom, the resources, the facilities, or with additional teachers to make the classes a bit smaller. That's the intent of the collaboration schools process at the moment. However, it must also be noted that the value of collaboration is more than just what we can glean out of private investment. The intent is to improve quality, and their contribution is certainly showing that more and more there is value in the quality outputs with these investments. But there are other models of collaboration that have been catalyzed by this collaboration project. And that's the exciting part for me. The other models of collaboration are now when people are bringing money to help build a school. So that, for example, there's a 60-40 split in the cost of the building of a school, for example, which of course the well-known Bonneville example is one. But there are other cases which is currently in the pipeline. 3 or 4 other cases that similarly can be a cost benefit to us because of part capital investment in such collaboration schools. And I think that is exciting. It's early days in the collaboration, as Minister had said. There are a few inhibitors, and if we can get those inhibitors out of the way, we believe it can contribute to our vision of quality education in a small way by adding to the system. I also believe that we can learn a lot from the engagements that can happen in that space. Minister has spoken about the learner influx and the late registrations, the trends. Of course, we do know the trends, but the challenge, Member Christians, is of course, where they are and where they arrive. And even the timiest registrations, you must remember that a parent is encouraged to apply to a minimum of 5 schools because there are schools where parents want to be that are overcrowded and overfull, so they've got to go to another school. And where that other school is the problem. The other thing that plays a significant role here, and it's also linked to Member Sayed's question, is in some ways we're better off this year. I know you won't believe this, but we are. In October, we had 24,000 unplaced learners. And whilst we want the registration to be on time, that still doesn't mean that we can, from the time that registration ends, have a school where the demand is. We can't put a school down in a year. Doesn't happen. Cannot happen. I mean, I wish it could. And if you gave me total freedom where I can go out and take builders off the street and pay them what I want to, I can do that. But you can't, in a government context, put a school down in 9 months. It unfortunately does not happen. So that 24,000 which we had in October, having worked it down slowly, is not, I mean, it's still undesirable outcome, but you've got to give credit for the reality of the way officials have tried to help parents to get learners in place. Of course, the largest number of that is in the entry points, grade 1 and grade 8. And why there has been a delay at times is you must remember that particularly in a COVID year, you find places depending on learner promotion or learner retainment in a grade. If in a class 10 learners remain behind, it means you've got 10 places in the next grade because the school also plans. They plan their numbers. And so where the number gaps come in a class doesn't mean that that there are learners who want to take them up. And where the demand for learners is, doesn't mean that there are gaps in that classroom. There might be gaps in a grade 10 classroom, for example, but the demand is in grade 8 and the grade 8s are overcrowded and overpopulated. It's a vexing problem indeed. And the repetitions and the promotions are there. I want to just comment again, please, Member Sayed, on the issue of not enough high schools versus primary schools. It is true, and it is true on a number of reasons, but I do want to say that the expectation that there should be equal number of primary and high schools is not a correct expectation. The reason I say that is you will remember that in a primary school, you have 7 or 8 grades, grade R to 7 or grade 1 to 7. That's 7 or 8 cohorts of learners in a primary school. A high school goes from grade 8 to grade 12. That's 5 cohorts. So you ought to have 5/12ths as many high schools as you have primary schools. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the historic trend is that learners drop out after grade 10 or they go to FET colleges. And therefore, another reason for that is that you can't have built schools in a quiet time or in a deflation period of learner growth, because then your schools stand empty, as they did in, for example, Khayelitsha primary schools about 7 years ago. They ran empty. Now you can't then build more schools and then suddenly there's a burst because of the influx of learners in that space. However, in our continued attempts to retain more and more kids in schools, that demand of high schools is now going to get greater. And so the challenge is there. We almost are only building high schools. And if you just take a look at the increased learner numbers, the need that is expressed every year is between 19 to 25 high schools a year. We only have money for 4. And if we then take that over the last 4 or 5 years, because we are not given enough money to run education effectively, what you see at the moment is the logical outcome of that. And it's not that we haven't planned, and it's not that we haven't said so. We have warned this to happen. And also, I have warned the consequences on education outcomes over a number of years. I've warned it in MTEX, I've warned it in the Standing Committee. The reality is when you start over-flooding and overcrowding schools and force kids into schools where the pupil-teacher ratio is in excess, it has an implication. I've drawn, for example, the pupil-teacher ratios. It's an unpalatable ratio. It's maybe better than Africa, it's maybe better than other places, but the fact of the matter is it's not conducive to quality education. And the fact that this province has still maintained more than acceptable education outcomes, despite all the challenges, the poverty, the inequalities, is wholly to the credit of the teachers of this province. It's not the great department, it's not the great planning. Those things officials are working tirelessly. But the fact of the matter is that our teachers have managed to retain quality, and they cannot continue to do so, given the overcrowding of our schools and the lack of funding for us to be. And we're 10 years behind now. We're 10 years behind with schooling, with teachers, and with resources. And it's going to show. I'm sorry to say this. It's a kind of parting comment. But I also need to share with you and to express this warning because it's my duty to do so. The question of the City of Cape Town and the rates, we are engaging and we have engaged. And every time we fight to have more appropriate rates for schools, the city says they haven't got money. They're not getting revenue. They're not getting income, and therefore they can't give us lower rates. And so it's an ongoing conversation that we are continuing to persist. I also want to say in the context of the ratio of primary high schools, the high schools we are building now, and what we need are technical schools and schools of skills. And I say again, they are more expensive. And therefore it puts even more strain on our budget. So Mr. Christians asked the when will we be placed. We're busy now with the uncomfortable and unpalatable parts of this. where we tell a parent we've got a place for you in the range in Elsies River, or we've got a place for you in Ponteveral. That's where the place is. And then the parent has a choice to accept it or not. If the parent does not accept that, then what must we do? And so we at that stage where it is happening, I did say we're better off than last year. It's not absolutely where we want to be. And we're working tirelessly. If I tell you now a time frame and we attain it, that's great. If we don't attain it for a variety of reasons, then you'll lambaste us for our lack of effort. But we are keen to do this as quickly as possible, and we're continuing to do it all the time. There are different plans on the table. The plans include busing kids, plans include opening hostels, but these things don't happen overnight, unfortunately. Even the expansion of classrooms at well-performing schools, for example, is a problem. And I want to say about mobile classrooms, you can't build an education system on mobile classrooms. It's a challenge because mobile classrooms are not, it's not quality education. And so you're perpetuating inequality through the urgent and ongoing need for those aspects. I want to just end up with Member Bosman's issue about the collaboration school and the expansion. It's not going to help pupil-teacher ratios. It's certainly not going to help the state part of pupil-teacher ratios. But I do think that we will move a little bit more in that space. If we take a look, and we're looking at this, for example, where are available classrooms? There are available classrooms in various places. There are 41 available, 34 in Elsies River, Ponteveral areas. But the demand is in Mfuleni. The demand is, as you've correctly stipulated, also in media releases that I've seen recently. The demand is where the places aren't, and that's the key issue. The national conversations about the movement of learners is an important one. We've been agitating for years that money follows learners faster. I almost want to say instantaneously, but that doesn't happen. It happens. First of all, it happens on rare occasions that there is, and there have been occasions where money is moved about 3 years after the learners have moved. But it's never the case because the relinquishing department argues that they have other needs and therefore they can't release the money because they're behind on aspects and behind on certain things. They're very, very taxing. I'm going to ask Mr. Abrams to just come in first on the number of mobiles placed. Mr. Abrams, and then Mr. Eli, if you want to augment on the collaboration schools revenue into the system. Sali?
Thank you, SG. Good morning, members, Chair. The short answer on the mobiles, in advance of the 2021 academic year, we've provisioned 78 mobile classrooms. 20 of those have been placed at Witsands Primary School and Versante Kraal Primary School. Those were two new schools that were opened in advance of this year, so 78 in total. And on our projection of occupation, that's about 3,000 spaces, learner spaces for those with those 78 mobiles. Chair, if I may just augment that, of course, mobiles is not our only mechanism for expansion. We have built 70 new classrooms using different technologies, Moladi, which is our new alternative construction material, and obviously brick and mortar classrooms. We built 70 of those classrooms. We've provisioned 2 new schools in Delft and Stoffland. That gives us another 64 classrooms, and we built 18 grade R classrooms. So the context being expansion for the academic year, we deployed 230 classrooms, including the 78 mobiles, giving us approximately 9,000 spaces, which is under the current conditions, as the SG had covered, the financial constraints, creating 9,000 spaces with expansion is quite something. That's, of course, outside of replacing failing infrastructure at this stage. I think, with your permission, just on the question from the SA SAMS data, Member Bosman, we do have the data. I mean, obviously, we track and have continued of our real-time CMIS platform, managed to integrate the data sharing with the National through the Lourdes process. So National has our data. We have access to changing enrollments in the other provinces, but the SG had covered the context around the time lags or the adjustments that are done as the calculation formulae are reviewed periodically. But we are at the moment on a quarterly basis appraised of, we appraise National of our changes, and the other provinces do the same. So there is accessibility on the data front. The actual financial management is a different process. Thank you, Chair.
Leon?
Yeah, thank you, SG. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Just around the collaboration school arrangement and declaration of revenue there, just on a technical side for the appreciation of the members of the Standing Committee, that the revenue is not a revenue to the state. So as a department, we don't declare that revenue into our books as well. And so therefore, it's not disclosed anywhere. So I think I just want to make a technical aspect there in terms of the question. So the revenue, because our schools, prepare their own financial statements, some of that revenue will be in the financial statements of those schools. The revenue that the figure that I have is for the 2019-20 financial year or the 2019 calendar school year, and that amount is about 88.6 million rand as declared by the funder group. So just to reiterate, that revenue does not accrue to the state. Some of that revenue will have accrued to those respective governing bodies, and that's obviously subject to the auditing. The their financials get audited by their auditors, and then they submit those financials to us by due date of the 30th of June the following year. So we are awaiting their financial statements for the 19-20-21 or the 2020 calendar year. We are waiting that for the end of June this year. We will receive their audited financial statements from them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. That's all from us for now.
Thank you very much, SG, Minister, Mr. Sali, and Mr. Eli. Members, I'm just checking with you. Do you need to pose follow-ups on the responses that you have received before we go into the actual financials of the appropriation?
Chair, I'm covered. Phil and Christians, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Christians, please be aware when you talk on the side to mute yourself so that we also are not part of the conversation.
Apologies, Chair. Apologies.
As well as Minister Schaefer, that we are not part of your conversation.
Apologies too, it was a mistake.
Yeah, okay, no. Noted, thank you very much. Members, I'm now going to table the appropriation, vote 5 for vote 5, and we are going to then go by page. I'm not going page by page, but I'm clustering pages. So if you can follow my guidance. Our vote starts on page 167 in the blue book. So I'm going to go now from 167 to 171. If you can pose your prepared questions on those pages. So it's 167, 168, 169, 170, and 171. There is a silence that I'm taking. There's no questions on those pages. I note Member Bosman and Sayed.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is on page 170. Sorry, no, Chair, I'm ahead of you. I'm on 172. Let me wait.
Thank you. Member Sayed.
Chair, thank you very much. Okay, so my first question is on page 167 with regards to the performance indicators and improvement of learner retention rate from grade 10 to 12. I see there's a good focus, and I want to commend the department for that, on the on learner retention from grade 10 to grade 12. Could I get a sense as the prevalence around the dropout rate for the junior grades, and how much of resources is being invested into addressing the problem for the grades below grade 10, and possibly drawing on the experiences of the grade 10 to 12 work? Then I also just wanted to get a sense, is the department aware of the Children's Commissioner's community rights workshop report, which found that there are serious education challenges, which include a high level of dropouts amongst high school learners in the West Coast, due to what was termed to be exorbitant costs of education in remote areas? I just want to know, I mean, and I think that's also linked to the issue of dropouts, what's being done in terms of the budget to speak to that, particularly in the farming communities. Then my last, are we going until 171, Chair? Eh? Okay.
Yep, 171.
Okay, then on 171, paragraph 2, the second sentence. Non-personal expenditure includes norms and standards funding for public, ordinary, primary and secondary schools and learner transport schemes. I just wanted to get a sense, is there enough budget to address the challenges of the learner transport scheme? And I know we spoke about some of the constraints. I just wanted to get a sense, will there be enough for that? Also, with regards, can we also get a comparison as to how many new schools and additional classrooms were built in 2017, 2018, and how many are planned for the 2021-2022 academic year? Thank you so much. I think that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Allen.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I am partly covered for 171 as well as the remarks made earlier with regard to the expansion of classrooms. So I will take it to 168 regarding safety at schools. It is earmarked that more schools will have high security perimeter fencing. Are we able to get an understanding of what that need currently is? For example, how many schools would need that? How many has been identified? Especially seeing that the reduction in school-based violence incidents that is reported to the Safe School Center. Can we get a figure on that, please? How many is currently being reported? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Christians.
Chair, if I can just throw this one in with the perimeter fencing. I know that additional funding was made available for, and I can't remember the number per school for the perimeter fencing. Are we those targets that were set for the extra money that was given to perimeter fencing? Is that done, and was that target met? One, and two. Does the and we know, but the question is just the perimeter fencing is does it help with the safety of our learners? I know it's maybe a yes, but if the SG can just tell us, is there a significant reduction in violence and so on with the perimeter fencing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Said, your hand is still raised. Is that in addition to?
Yes, Chair. I've just got in addition to. Can I go ahead?
You can go. Quote your page number.
Okay. Again, page 171. I just want to know, what is the number of schools that fall into the category of schools that are not suitable to be occupied? Because I see there's a mention of that. And what percentage of the the budget goes towards replacing those schools, to doing repair work and to maintenance of such schools? Then also, I just wanted to get a sense of what is the number of additional classrooms that are planned for the hotspot areas for this year? because I know there was a mention of the hotspot areas, and the department also spoke last week about the hotspot areas where there are learners that are not placed. I just wanted to get a sense as to what is the number of additional classrooms planned for those areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. SG Minister, that is our round of questions in regard to those pages 167 to 171. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Minister. I'll start off. The fencing questions I'm going to ask, as well as the number of schools, replacement schools, maintenance. Sally Abrams can speak to that in a minute. And the number in the additional hotspot areas, if you have them at hand, it would be great, Sally. The retention rate, Member Sayed, and the dropout in juniors, if you take a look at the, and these things are difficult, throughput stroke retention is a difficult concept. I mean, in the Western Cape primary education space, we have almost 100% of the age cohort in schools. But if you take a look at throughput up to grade 9 in 9 years, that is a target of 68%. That means no repetition throughput in that way. We reach about 65%. But that doesn't mean that they don't get to grade 9. Remember, a learner can be, the progression process at the moment is that if he repeats 1 year in a phase, if he repeats a second year, he's progressed to the next grade. So therefore, that assists with retention in the school system, and therefore it's not an accurate indicator necessarily as it is from grade 10 to 12. And also part of that process has been the back to school campaign after the COVID-19. I had said previously also that part of the challenge is that in unnatural school closures across the globe, the research shows us that there are more learners that drop out. We did a huge amount of work to retain learners so that there was not a dropout, and the data will still come through, but our indications are that it's been fairly positive. I must say a contributing factor to the challenge with retention remains the large classes. If we have smaller classes with which age quality education, individual attention, etc., that's part of the issue. So when we do speak about dropout rate and retention rate, I think it's a far longer and wider conversation on its own in many ways. The data that we have in the context of classrooms built, actual classrooms built, in 16-17 was 695, 17-18 422, 18-19 238, 19-20 371. That indicator since then has now been removed from the annual report, and the target date as an indicator, but those were the classrooms in that space. We planned in total 30, and they have been achieved in the context of the perimeter fencing. And the question of Member Christian, do they help? Yes, they certainly do. I mean, any safety issue is a deterrent. The high perimeter fencing, particularly the fencing we use in hotspot areas, is also, shall I say, bullet deflecting. But nothing will keep anyone out that wants to get in. But the deterrent is far stronger in the high cost, high perimeter safety fencing that we are putting up. It sends a message also to communities, it sends a message to schools about safety, sends a message to parents about safety, but it remains a challenge. In the context of the LTS learner transport schemes, Member said, do we have enough budget? I would argue we do not, but we have enough to do what our policy requires. Our policy is geared, as you know, for transporting learners further than 5 kilometers or further than 5 kilometers from a school. We've had the conversation over many years that we would wish to reduce that. 5 kilometers is walkable, it's also tough under various conditions in the Western Cape. So we currently have enough. We're pushing the boundary for learner transport all the time. And when we have instances, remember the policy is also that we do not supply learner transport in urban areas because there is public transport. That's the policy. But when we have to create learners in a space because there's not schooling and we transport large numbers of learners to another school, then those learners must be transported. Technically, they must be transported temporarily. But if parents in Khayelitsha wish to put their children in Rhodes High School, for example, we don't transport them with state funding for that. They do that on their own volition, and that is a cost to parents if that happens. And as you know, we sometimes speak about commuter schools, which means that there are schools where in the urban areas, parents kind of vote with their feet and they want their kids in different schools. So the brief answer is, yeah, we've seemingly got enough for learner transport, but the demand grows every year. And in that context, if we had more, we would be able to effectively use it for education purposes. I'm going to ask Sally Abrams just to comment, please, on any other aspects I want to mention in that regard, please. Abrams?
Thanks, SG, through the chair. Member said the data the SG has shared around 2016, 17, 17, 18 were global numbers in the way that I had explained earlier. It includes mobiles, but also, of course, the broader expansion of classroom kind of counts. Very happy to share with the committee the detailed breakdown per year for dating back to 16, 17 as requested. And in the year going forward, with the financial planning processes just underway at the moment, we have a draft number, but it will probably match for classroom expansions, particularly not new schools, not replacement, probably match the 220, 230 that we've done in this year at least. We are obviously have a wider portfolio of our technical schools and some of the other high schools that the HA referred to coming out of the ground, so the data on the numbers can be shared in due course. The fencing question, yes, we would have delivered the 30 that we had committed to do year on year for the next 5 years. The additional funding that had come in at December 2020 would have had us identify another 22 fencing projects that we have accelerated out of the 21-22 year, and I'm informed that we would be focusing on delivering that by July of this year. And so that's a good acceleration there, and I think they actually covered the question on the extent that that perimeter security enhances safety for learners. I think I'm covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sali. Just to also say that that fencing, the impact of that fencing is, I mean, it's where it's in hotspot areas. It, in a sense, keeps gangs out of school grounds, because we have sometimes had horrific examples of gang fights on school grounds where non-learners enter school grounds, just climb over fences, etc. This is a deterrent in that regard, and it also has an impact on the reduction of vandalism. It's difficult to quantify the value of that, but it certainly does. Then perhaps the last comment I can just share with you is the question of the maintenance projects that were asked. The maintenance projects at school 16-17 was 42 major projects. 17-18 it was 64, 18-19 60, 19-20 83, and the target for the 21-22 year is 93. I have sympathy with our infrastructure colleagues in this regard, because the moment there are budget cuts or threats, even in the interim year, like there was in the year that is past, where there was trawling for COVID funding, we are told that we have to find 100 million a year. It has to come from maintenance, at least from infrastructure. And then our colleagues have to stop maintenance projects that are midstream or that are about to be allocated. And then when there's a toing and froing, and then they say, right, okay, we can do it again, then suddenly they've got to put those maintenance projects in gear again, and it delays delivery. It's a stop-start kind of access. I say this not for any of your sympathy, but just the importance of the public understanding that we plan well, we are on top of, we meet targets, but the management of that is an extremely difficult task that I think the colleagues are doing well under the most stringent conditions that we have at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG, for that responses from the department. Members, that is your responses to your first round of questions pertaining to those pages quoted. I am going to ask that we take on my side it's 09:57, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're starting on page 172 to 177. So just a 10-minute break, members. We'll be back I'm going to let us be back by 10 past, please. Thank you. It's 10 past. I hope that you were able to make some refreshment during your break. I am starting now on page 172 up until 177. Members, I'm taking your questions. Does not seem there are any on those pages. SG, maybe I should ask, Member Sayed and Bosman, I note you. On page 173, you allude to the nutrition program. And I was just wondering what was the lessons learned in regard to this staggering way of, giving the meals to learners, and what was the lessons learned out of it, and what would be different if there's going to be a different approach to it during this year. Thank you, SG. Member Sayed and then Member Bosman.
Chair, can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. On page 172, on the issue of reading, one of the national government priorities, which the WCED also works on, and I just wanted to know what measures are put in place to encourage reading and to improve literacy among learners at our schools in the province, and how much is being budgeted for that specific program. Then on page 173, on the outlook for the coming financial year, paragraph 3, the use of the geographic the geographic information system, the GIS, to assist with the planning across branches and districts will be developed to become an integral part of the planning process. Now, we welcome that, but I just wanted to get a sense as to what are the details of the GIS and what aspects of planning in particular will it focus on, given some of the challenges that have been raised around planning by Member Christians in particular. Then on page 174, paragraph 6, school safety. What percentage of the budget will go towards school safety, and what are the details of the projects that will be funded? I've been covered with regards to the fencing. Then page 175, summary of receipts, education infrastructure grant. I just wanted to know what is the department's feeling and comment on the increase, basically with regards to the grant for infrastructure. And if we could get an explanation, I know it was touched on at the beginning, but maybe a bit more in depth as to why there's no prioritization of the building of new schools. Or maybe I'm reading wrongly. Then 175, also by summary of receipts, the Provincial Revenue Fund, tax receipts. Could we get some clarity on the over 466 million that's been taken from the provincial revenue? What is that basically going to be used for? What is that being earmarked for? Then also page 175, summary of receipts, equitable share. What reasons were put forward by Provincial Treasury for the decrease in the equitable share? And what will be the cause of this particular decrease? Yeah, and I just wanted to get a sense, am I correct to say that the decrease on the equitable share was decided by Provincial Treasury in particular? I think that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I noted there was a non-verbal response to a question that you have posed. Member Bosman. Member Bosman?
Sorry, Chair, I was talking to myself there. I'm really
Don't
sorry.
talk to yourself now. It's not Friday the 13th.
My question, Chair, It flows from page 172, and it's with regards to the ECD migration. And I'm wondering if the department can give us an update on the expected cost implications of the migration of ECD services from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education, and what impact that will have on the already shrinking budget that the WCED has, specifically taking into account that massive decrease of just over 22 billion in the provincial equitable share for education, and an increase that goes on year as we go in. And also, if the department could maybe highlight what aspects of ECD is expected to transfer from DSD to DBE. I know that there are various technical teams that have been operating as from presentations that we've seen in the National Assembly, but what are the actual core functions that are going to transfer, and how does that link to the role that local authorities play in terms of registering and administering the land use issues around where ECDs operate, etc. And then the other question also is just following on from what Member Syed said about the provincial government's reasons for the decrease in the provincial equitable share. If the SG or the CFO can perhaps also give us an idea of whether at the engagements with the DG and with the minister through MINMEC or the technical committee that the DG sits on, what were some of the reasons given by National for the decrease in some of the grants, specifically the infrastructure grants, because we can't be planning to build schools for learners that keep on coming when the money to build schools keeps on being taken away. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Bosman. Member Allen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am covered by Member Syed as well as Member Bosman with regard to early childhood development on page 172. But I have noted that the national plan places a high priority on early childhood education, and I wanted to double check if we have an understanding of how the Western Cape is currently faring in terms of early childhood development education in terms of the reading component. But then on 173, and the SG and the Minister alluded earlier on already with regard to greater parental involvement. It is stated there it is through the implementation of family numeracy and literacy programs. If they can expand on that one. And I think on 173 as well, I would want to commend the department and the minister again for the fact that the department will continue to provide meals to vulnerable learners throughout this academic year as well. But then just for 174, regarding school governing bodies, and that it's taking place this year. And I'm not sure if this is a proper question, but let me ask, and I'm sure that the department will aim for 100% of SGBs to be constituted. But do we have an understanding of what would be a realistic percentage at this stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. SG, it's over to you.
Thank you. I just want to check whether the Minister wants to start off with any, or shall I take it, Minister?
Sorry, no, I don't want to unmute. I unmute when I don't want to, and when I do, I can't. Can you start, please? And I may wish to add at the end if that's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you'll allow me, please, Chair, there's one question earlier that I slipped up on, and that is the Child Commissioner question I think that Minister Syed asked.
Yeah.
I just want to say, yes, I just want to say that we've got great partnership and collaboration with the Children's Commissioner. Just yesterday in our top management meeting, she did a presentation on her report of the West Coast issues, and she raised the issues. Her engagement with us listed her comments. I also wanted to share because she also met with parents, and there are also interesting learnings from her engagement in the communities with parents. Why I say that it's a useful partnership is because we have open channels and communication with her regularly. I'd have personally also with her. And the parental comments, as we said yesterday, whilst it's an authentic voice that comes in from on the ground, it augments what we know. And in fact, it does everything that she said has affirmed what we know and what we are working on. So it's really great to have that kind of input. You mentioned, the member said also the issue about one of the things was exorbitant costs for high school. And the only thing that she really mentioned as the example is not schooling cost or even clothing cost. It's the issue of hostels for high school kids and their cost of getting their children to the hostel over weekends and from weekends, and they're needing to pay, for example, farmers' wives to transport kids over weekends. Now, the state obviously cannot every weekend afford to transport kids to and from. But what we are working on is something that I feel strongly about, and that is that hostels ought to operate over weekends. And in my view, and this is just a view, it's not policy yet, but in my view, a hostel should have 2 weekends a term where hostel dwellers go home. It is to the advantage of the education of those children, but there's one very important proviso, and that is that there is decent, proper oversight and supervision in the hostel. And of course, often these are high school kids, and it brings a whole host of other matters that I think people are concerned about. When I say that, there's a cost factor. And so whilst there are impacts on kids dropping out because of poverty, there's also a cost factor on the state in being able to pick up all the costs, particularly when these children are not a compulsory basic school going age anymore. In other words, they're over 15 or post grade 9. Then that cost is difficult, because if we have, as I want and would like to see, children staying in hostels over weekends to do extracurricular activities, cultural activities, learning extra classes and the like, as children would have in their own homes, there is a cost factor in terms of supervision and feeding the learners, etc., which goes with it. Remembering that that it costs to run the hostel. So I just wanted to say that. My apologies for skipping that question. In the context of the current questions, I'm going to ask a number of people to comment. I want to ask Dr. Beers to comment on reading and any of the other issues, Peter, that you've picked up in the conversation. I'm going to ask Mr. Saleh Abrams to speak to the GIS system and everything that comes out of that aspect. I'm going to ask Mr. Lewis if he is able to speak to any of the school safety aspects. The budget issues, I'm going to ask Mr. Leon Eli to pick up all the budget questions of Member Sayed and others. The issue of no new schools being planned for, I can deal with Member Sayed. That's not correct. There are, and if you take a look at the UAMP, and over the next period, approximately 4 per year being planned for delivery. And then the comment about the decrease in the equitable share, there was a question also from Member Bosman, I think, about in our engagements, what is the reasons why, for example, the EIS is cut? Well, we don't get reasons from National for cuts in conditional grants, they just get cut. But the reasons that permeate through the system is because there is no money, and because the ability of the state to fund the public sector, and education is part of that public sector, of course, is under huge challenge given the debt commitment of the nation. And so we understand the pressures that are under, but we at the receiving end of those decisions have to run an education system and the fiscal realities. And I'm sure you've had that briefing also by the MEC for Finance in the province, and also the head official of the Provincial Treasury as to the realities of the reduction in those in the budgets and why. Then whilst my colleagues are thinking, the ECD migration, I just want to start out by saying that the theory is that there are no cost implications, because the theory is that the current going concern is transferred to education. I guess the theory for the transfer is that because the ECD also has a significant educational scope, the educational input into early childhood development, preschool early childhood development is there. Now, the social development transfers of the functions is all the functions for ECD to education. Therefore, theoretically, the posts and the budget will come into education that is currently given to DSD to run ECD in the province. However, I think that there is an understanding that there will be expanded educational input into the space, and that is a fallacy unless additional budget is created, and there's no conversation about additional budget. So the fact is, it's just going to be the shifting of the deck chairs, which means that just another department will manage it. We will, of course, because also the posts will come across that are currently managing that space. The aspect that is deemed to be very successful, I think everywhere it's recognized that DSD in the Western Cape is running the ECD provisioning well. And there is my expectation that that will continue when it is just under the banner of the Department of Education in the Western Cape. But I think there might be external expectations, which I want to raise now already, cannot be met if it's simply the same budget that comes across with that space. I think it's an important point to note. The transfer and the link to local authorities, because the people or the posts will come across, that current linkage with local authorities will not change. It will be similar. The current linking, with which I'm led to believe is more with NGOs actually than with local authorities, those will remain and be retained. And so that's the current thinking. How it will pan out eventually when it comes across is I think, quite a different matter. Then, Member Allen, just the issue around how is the ECDs, which is a high priority, currently faring in terms of reading, etc. Well, in the early childhood space, 0 to 4 years, reading is not measured. And if you measure it in the context of grade R levels of development, the development in the early stages, pre-6-year-old, is not about reading development. It's about the social, emotional development, the fine motor skills development, hand-eye coordination development. Those things are done by games and by playing, and not so much by reading at that level. But the reading that then happens in grades or in 6 years old, 5, 6, 7-year-olds depends very much on the degree of deprivation of early learners and their early learning development, which, as I'd indicated, is enhanced through meals, through caring, and through certain appropriate age-appropriate skills development. Chair, I'm going to pause there and respond just quickly to Member Botha's question on the nutrition and the lessons learned relative to the nutrition. Firstly, the fact that we started feeding at a relatively early stage in the Western Cape had meant that the most dire need for hungry children were met. But there are things that made that feeding difficult that we recognize and understand. First of all, the moment even when we came back and we went into alternate day attendance, because they got feeding every second day or 2 or 3 times a week, the most dire need was met, but they did not get daily feeding, as had always been the case. So like everything else in the COVID period, as the education is slightly less than optimal, so feeding is less than optimal. It's one of the reasons why the feeding spend is also lower in the COVID period than optimal. Now, we learned a number of lessons there and we addressed it. For example, we were able to spend some money on food gardens that had not been spent on feeding, and also some money in creating food parcels that could be taken home by learners. Now, food parcels are more expensive and it doesn't have the same full nutritional value, and you don't have control over food parcels in terms of whether it is children that benefit from it or whether a destitute family benefits from it. So for the sake of society and the nation, it's good, but we do think that it has an impact on learners, and therefore learners coming to school is still the best option in terms of the feeding. The other things that we did also notice is that sometimes in rural environments where kids use transport to schools, they did not always manage to get to schools for feeding. And there are some heroic examples of schools that delivered food parcels at the cost of teachers, for example, or delivered food to learners on farms in that time. Heroic examples across the province of where teachers went an extra mile. Also, lessons learned in that time was the way in which schools rallied to ensure healthy and safety environment in the COVID context when learners did come to school, when schools were not yet operational. The next thing that we learned was that when some learners were there, we also catered for learners that arrived just for feeding, whilst others who were at school were fed. That duality had limited success because of the fact that kids were then fed every second day, so not all the kids who were not in school arrived on that day. And perhaps the last thing I just want to say in the complexity of this context is the reality that I refer to commuter schools. Now, learners who travel long distances, buses and taxis to schools, obviously could not get to school during lockdown or on off days to get their meals. Now, whilst many learners walked to school to do so, there are also many that live too far for that to happen. In those instances, we did something, again, that is unique in the context of this country, and we said that learners that can't get to their schools because of that purpose could go to their nearest school and knock on the door for food. And so there were thousands of learners who went to the nearest school. That's, of course, a logistical nightmare, because it meant that less food had to be delivered or ordered in certain schools, and more had to be ordered in other schools, where schools also fed learners that were not from their school. Again, lessons learned, wonderful openness of our schools, our teachers, our food aid workers that managed it. And then the last thing that was learned also, besides the fact that food parcels were prepared for learners to take home, maybe two things. We had examples where learners would not come and sit down to eat during lockdown, but brought containers for food to be dished up, and we then indicated them to go straight home and have their food. It worked, we thought, well. We did not have many challenges, for example, of people wanting to steal the children's food, or any children that got into trouble in that space. But that was also an example where they brought their own food containers for the dishing of food for those learners. And I say again, heroic examples of some of the things that happened there. Chair, with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Beards to speak to reading, please. Dr. Beards.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members, SG and Minister. Member Syed, your question in terms of what is it that we do in terms of reading that is mentioned on page 173. Now, the first important thing that I would just like to say is that reading is one of the foci that we have in both the primary school teaching as well as in high school teaching. So reading, although it forms part of the national aim that we work towards ensuring that every learner by the age of 10 has the ability to read with meaning. It is one of those important competencies that we focus on to ensure that every learner can develop to the best of their ability. Now, last year in 2020, just before the lockdown, the Western Cape Education Department launched its reading strategy. And that strategy focused on driving different initiatives to help and ensure that our learners will be able to read with meaning at least by the age of 10, and thereafter to ensure that learners can read functionally, to ensure that they can help themselves and learn better, and also show how they intellectually develop. Now, part of that reading strategy was that reading strategy focused on a differentiated approach, that we work with learners in terms of their different capabilities and in terms of their needs. So that is one of the differences from the previous strategies that we had. There's also in the reading strategy that we have currently is that we also place a high emphasis on phonics. Now, phonics is where we teach learners to read by correlating sounds with symbols. And the symbols, I'm talking about the letters of the alphabet. Then another key focus is also to track the reading levels of learners so that we know exactly where every learner is and what are the next steps in supporting that learner. And the fourth dimension of the reading strategy that we have is also to help our teachers to understand the reading norms, meaning what are the expectations of learners to be able to read at different ages and at different grades in that regard. So in order to support this initiative, what we also doing is to provide readers, grade-specific readers, to our learners in the schools. And that is not only physical readers that we are talking about. But if you go to the Western Cape e-portal, you will also see that we have on the e-portal also bookshelves where learners at different ages and at different grades can have access, free access to different readers. Another important dimension of the reading strategy is also to support the teachers to better teach reading. And there, for example, integrated in that is the introduction of Jolly Phonics, for example, and also Funda Wandi that we will also start to implement. And you have asked, for example, if we're going to make investments or use funds to support reading. Yes, Funda Wandi, for example, there we will allocate funding to support the acquisition of software to help in that regard. Member Ellen then after that also asked about the family literacy and numeracy programs that we have for learners in grade R learners and the early childhood development. One important aspect that we see with those learners is that they learn better through playing. And that is why and in that case, in those years, it's mostly the parents who are the driving force of helping them to read and to be able to count. And that is why we've also started with the family literacy and the family numeracy programs. And that is done to support parents in understanding exactly how they help and lead their learners to acquire higher levels and the expected levels of being able to read and being able to count. SG and Chair, I'm going to leave it there for now.
Yeah, thank you
I
very
hope
much,
it
Peter.
answers the question.
Thanks, Peter. Sali, GIS, please.
Thank you, SG. Through the chair, the GIS, the Geographic Information System, is a software. It's a software platform, software system that it's becoming increasingly a tool for innovation. It helps us to map out the locations, the geographic locations of all of our schools, but it does it in a way that shows it in relation to other infrastructure and facilities, and that members say it is important because for two reasons. One is for efficiency, driving efficiency in our planning, and of course sustainability as well. The SG had made earlier comments around resource provisioning, entailing not just the location of schools and classrooms, but ensuring that learners can access those education facilities appropriately or in a way that is, we find acceptable. So transport economics is a changing landscape as new roads and infrastructure is developed, of course, by our delivery partners and other governmental organizations. So our choices of where we build the next school has to consider emerging infrastructure investments from at the local government and at the municipality and provincial level. So this tool gives us the ability to share information across various agencies and strengthens our muscles around integrated planning, particularly when it comes to big infrastructure investments. The other reason for that, of course, is sustainability. I mean, with climate change and looking at the mobility kind of feature of our province, as our citizens expect to experience equitable level of service delivery across the province, we recognize mobility gives us a challenge. So with climate change, or indeed with COVID, are our assumptions around urbanization and using data to kind of map that over time, are our assumptions still valid? Are more people streaming into the cities, or should we capacitate more of our rural towns, as we are also inclined to do as we think about the placement of hostels and so forth? So just a statement of intent, I think, as we are, of course, prioritizing the development of schools of specialization and technical schools, agriculture schools, etc., having a clear view on the development of those industries and those facilities and infrastructure is an important consideration around where we locate those schools, particularly in the Overberg, Eden, and West Coast areas, Cape Winelands, etc. So we do use geographic information system data at the multiple spheres of government, certainly, and across agencies to strengthen both the efficiency and the sustainability of the investments that we're looking to make. Thanks, Issue.
Thank you, Sali. Leon Eli, financial questions. Leon, Mr. Eli, please unmute.
Around the financial question.
Thank you. Start again, please. Start again. You were lost.
Good afternoon. Good morning, members. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Carry on.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Just around the financial questions, I think my HOD has already responded to the issue around the decrease in the equitable shares and equitable share receipts, and also the reason for that. So I'll just deal with some of the other detail. Just around the Safe Schools budget, the Safe Schools budget for the year 2021-22 is about 47 million rand. And just to say that budget has never been decreased over that period. We've always supplemented that budget over the period due to inflation. So that is the budget for safer schools, and it's a very small percentage of our budget anyway, because it's in terms of my understanding, it's part of a broader provincial strategy. Yeah. Then around the tax receipts, just to say, Chairperson, that due to the severe budget cuts from National Treasury, our provincial treasury decided to what they call buffer us a bit, given the fact that we are a frontline service department, to buffer us in terms of not to severely curtail our service delivery. So their source of funding is what you see there is the Provincial Revenue Fund, which is put in brackets tax receipts, and that's their source of funding that they use. I think that the engagement around Provincial Treasury around that funding obviously can be taken up with them around that aspect as well. Then, Chairperson, that is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eli. Chair, just the final wrap-up from my side. Two matters, please, also linked to the school safety. Mr. Eli made reference to the budget. The point that I just want to make is that even the 47 million that we spend on it is money that we almost shouldn't spend, because the safety of learners and the safety of communities is actually something that ought to be dealt elsewhere. Education ought to be able to happen in a safe environment, and then this department ought to be responsible for the delivery of education in a safe, protected and cared for environment. It's a sad reality that we need to spend money for that. Now that 47 million that Mr. Eli refers to is specifically for one component of school safety programs, and that is in the Safe Schools program. In that space is also a variety of projects across various aspects of the department that all feeds into learner safety spaces. One of those is the peer mentoring program that's within the Safe School environment. In the infrastructure space, the safety spend is on the fences that we've spoken about, trying to keep a safe space within a fenced-off environment. In the SGB space, the requirement for the forming of safety committees in schools that school management and SGBs manage is another form of input into safety. In the special education needs space, we've got excuse me, a number of programs that enhance positive behavior or positive behavior feedback programs. There are needs assessments that are conducted so that we can develop a systemic solution to address the what sometimes appears to be automatic violent responses of learners. We see this in the case where videos get displayed where learner-on-learner violence happens in schools. We engaging with learners around positive behavior, about growth mindset for positivity, so that the first reaction is not a violent response when there is something that annoys a learner. It's a huge challenge because it spills over from society into our school environment. And then in the Transform to Perform strategy or space, we have the values program speaks specifically to reducing impulse to violent reaction around values in that space, and also dealing with anger management and anger to responses, etc. in that space. So it's a complex issue, and just a question about the budget does not speak to the whole integrated and systemic response to deal with school safety and learner safety. Then, Chair, the last contribution I think that is still outstanding is the question that Member Allen has spoken about the SGB elections and the expectations. I expect 100% SGBs to be constituted. You're right, that's what I expect. We have not had a huge non-constituted ratio in the past. Maybe a handful that takes a bit longer. There are processes in the procedures when there are not enough learners. It sometimes takes longer to do so. There's sometimes a bit of conflict that comes into the space. So if there are individual cases where the Constitution is not according to the regulatory framework by the end of April, then we will deal with those, but it's not a large number, and I don't expect also it to be so. What we must understand is that, unfortunately, school governing body elections is, in some instances, becoming politicized, which I don't believe it's intended to be. It's intended to be a governance structure that oversees the well-being of schools and the safe operation of schools. That's how I understand this democratic right of the parent community to engage with it. Unfortunately, it's abused sometimes, And I think the message of all of us, education department, political role players, local government role players, society, I think at this time, as we are busy with these elections, this must be the message that we have to give out if we want to ensure that our SGB elections run fairly, run appropriately, and we get the right people that enter into governing bodies with the right purpose, so that our system and our schools and our learners can benefit. Thank you, Chair. I think that's covered the responses.
Thank you very much, SG, and to the officials for responding.
Chair, may I just add one extra thing, please?
Sure, Minister.
I just want to really highlight what SG raised regarding the risk of ECD takeover. Please, committee must just realise, I mean, I've seen a big drive towards ensuring that more and more ECD centres are registered. The implication of that is huge, because every ECD centre that is registered is going to require additional funding. And if we are going to be, I mean, I have asked my department to make sure that any proclamation that is signed and any agreement we reach with DSD is on the basis that we take it over as it currently exists, and that we cannot expand it unless we get extra funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Members, I am moving on. It's, page 178 to 182. I'm taking your questions, and Member Bosman, I'm noting you from the previous round.
Chair, I just have a follow-up, and the Minister touched on it now, and the Minister answered my follow-up partly. The SG used the words, it's just a shifting of the deck chairs when it comes to ECDs. And I was going to ask if the shifting of the deck chairs is only for registered ECDs, because we know that the National Department of Social Development has gone on a massive campaign to register ECDs. And I wanted to ask if we could get better clarity also in terms of what are the core functions that are moving. Is it teaching and learning that is moving, or is it that the buildings and the existing infrastructure that is owned by the Department of Social Development, or in some cases leased from municipalities, is it that that's also moving? And then also I wanted to know what the WCED's role is in the upcoming ECD forum that the Premier is planning. And then a follow-up on the question around the geographic information software usage. I just wanted to find out, is the department procuring its own GCIS software, or are they just leveraging or using existing GCIS software that's used by government? Because I don't see a line item for that in the budget, Chair. Thank you.
Member Bosman, you previously indicated that you wanted to pose a question as well. And I think it was on 179, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Chair, that was on 172 earlier.
Oh, okay.
But just
All right.
follow-ups on the previous round.
Okay, all right. Member Sayed, you also want to pose a follow-up?
Yes, Chair. This is just a follow-up on the previous round. It's regarding the school governing body issues that were spoken to. I just wanted to get a sense, has the department been receiving many complaints and disputes from parents regarding the school governing body election processes, and what have been the common complaints that have been received? And I do agree also with the SG, it's a highly politicized environment, not necessarily party political, but many parents tend to enter governing body spaces for other kind of power dynamics. And I think we probably need to work together and look at solutions as to how do we curb that. People need to know why they enter governing bodies, what are governing bodies, but that's a conversation for another time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SG.
Thank you, Chair. Sali, you want to comment on this, the GCIS, please? And then I'm not sure whether either Peter or Archie wants to comment on the follow-up on the ECD from Member Bosman, and then I'll respond to the SGB.
Thanks, SG. Thanks, SG, through the Chair. Short answers, we're not investing in our system. It is a provincial system that we leverage. There are therefore no costs to development of an IT system. There might be, as we train up specific planning members of our staff to be more favor the software and to participate in things like scenario planning for 2030, etc. There are people development costs, but there are no software costs that we would have had to make provision for in this budget. Thank you.
You, Archie Osali.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Just briefly, there are a few streams between task streams between WCED and DSD around the relocation of ECD, where we are discussing a few matters, amongst others, you know, what we have said, the staffing, still the outstanding proclamation to be concluded at the national level. As to date, you know, we have received indication that this function will move only from the 1st of April 2022. So we've got a year to deal with all these outstanding matters. We are looking at how we are going to fuse this service and function into the education sphere. The understanding is that the entire directorate currently sitting at DSD will move over to us, and we will take over all those functions. In terms of buildings, that was the question, you know, DSD has indicated that they do not have any buildings. In other words, the ECD centers, that's my understanding, they are either private facilities and or they are housed in facilities leased by through local government. It's either municipal services, municipal facilities. So we will still have to see how we deal with that, but there's no facilities or buildings owned by DSD or by ECD as a directorate. We are not yet sure about the ECD forum that will be established or formalized by the Premier. That is something new, but surely we will participate in it if that arises or become a reality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Archie. Then just the member said question about complaints and disputes through the SGB processes. We've not had a spate of disputes yet. It is early days. You know that the elections were intended to be in March. Minister Mocheka then issued a indication that she extends the date till the end of April. And so the process has slowly started off the ground. Of the complaints that we received was really because of the lateness of our communication on the guidelines and the processes. The guidelines were out previously, but there was delay in the translation of the guidelines, particularly the legalities around COSA yesterday, for example. My official still spoke to me. It's a legal document. We needed to get appropriate translation facilities, so it took longer, for which we apologize. But other than the complaints in that regard, whilst that was happening, all the principals were informed, trained, orientated around it. So there's not been a spate of disputes so far in it. We hope that it runs smoothly. I expect that we will have the normal kinds of challenges, for example, mainly not quorums in first round of elections. The other issue is that if it were that COVID starts impacting on it, there is a possibility of also electronic voting, for example. That's a possibility. I have seen a question where one community has said that they cannot move or go and vote at the school. They want a voting box in a neighboring town. Now, of course, that can't happen because of the security and ensuring that no corruption and so forth takes place. So those are normal things that that parent communities require or would like or would want to see. But we're managing that also on the ground as best we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG members. I am moving on, members. Page 183 to 187. I take the silence for me to move on. Members say it.
Thank you, Chair. Let me get to, we on page 17, is it 177, Chair?
183 to 187.
Oh, okay. Sorry, 183 to 187, okay. Get there. Okay, on page 185, table 8.2, the summary of payments and estimates, program 2. Just wanted to get a sense of how much of this budget will be used to bring solutions to the challenge of large classroom sizes and the teacher ratios. Then also on page, no, okay, that's going into the 90s. I'm covered now, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's the only question, members. SG.
Just for clarity, please, Chair, I just want to know to what is referred to in table 8.2, the question about how will large classes and teacher ratios be addressed? Is it specific?
Member Said, can you clarify your question or repose?
Yeah, let me, which was, I mean, it is referring to page 185. 185. Yes. So there's a summary of payments and estimates in
yes.
program 2. Yeah, that's what's being referred to there. So I just wanted to know how much of that particular budget will be used to speak to the challenge of the large class sizes and the teacher to learner ratios.
Thank you. Difficult.
SG, you covered.
Yes, thank you very much. Difficult to answer that question just like that because in program 2, 80% of that is salaries of that budget. So I can say, well, 80% is used to address that. But I would also be looking at something like 40 million to try to address some of these issues. But again, it's a little thumbsuck to answer the question in kind of way that it's asked. I'm not sure if Mr. Eli wishes to expand in any way on that question, if it's possible to do so. If the question is saying, so how much of that specifically will we now address to deal with the unplaced learners? Even that is a difficult question because we would look for additional classrooms, but they can't be placed immediately. So if we want to place additional classrooms, it can't happen in the immediacy. It will, of course, be part of the planning for the beginning of the 22 year. And then if you heard, for example, the number of classrooms that we put down per year in the earlier question, then it would be at least that again, because our infrastructure budget is kept intact for that. So we could say that we will again put down so many classes which will deal with the demand, with the need. But that's really the only way we can do so. Our teacher ratios are in fact in the region of 1:38. And that teacher ratio of 1:38 cannot be adjusted by minimal financial issues. That's an issue where we've got behind year and year and year by 2,500 teachers that the system needs. And 2,500 teachers is a significant amount of money. So it's not going to be immediate through what I would call limited or small term adjustments to the space. That budget as it stands there is for running the department, for paying teachers, everything associated with program 2 in that space. I'm not sure, Leon, if you want to add anything or if you can correct me on anything that I've said up to this point.
ICD, I'm in agreement with you. I think that our ratios, learner educator ratios are 1:38, and therefore, if we want to decrease that, then it's a different conversation to have in terms of major funding that's required for that particular intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps just to say this also, Member Sayed, because I understand the question fully, this budget is what was calculated we can afford at the 1:38 when we applied the post basket at the end of last year. Remember, we allocate post baskets to a system on the trends and on budget available. It's consulted with unions in the conversation, and we then place before them what is affordable on the indicative nature of the budget, which at that point is being given. We did that, and we will eke out any little bit that we can additionally do over the next weeks. But this budget here is actually the budget for 1:38 as a systems ratio across the system, unfortunately. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG. Members, moving on. I'm going to go now to pages 188 and 193. 188 and 193. I'm taking your questions. Member Sayed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the SG for the response. 192, Chair. The table, there's a table there on the compensation of employees, 8.5.1. What are the reasons for the decreased budget for the compensation of employees and also for goods and services? Can I get a sense as to how many posts are being affected by that? Did we say till up until 192, Chair, or is it 193 as well? I just recall.
193, it includes 193.
Okay, so I've got one for 193, also expenditure trends and analysis. On page 193, education infrastructure grant. What are the details of the grant and what is it intended for? And why is it a once-off grant? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sayed. It seems that's the only member with a question. SG?
I'm going to ask Mr. Eli to come in first, please. Mr. Eli.
Thank you, Mr. Eli.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Just around the ECD and the decrease for compensation, what the current policy in that regard is, we still have ECD teachers that's been in the system for quite a while, and the policy states that if they retire, then that gets replaced by a subsidy. So what happens there is as people retire, the compensation budget around ECD will decrease over time and then be replaced by a subsidy. Then, as far as the decrease in goods and services are concerned, that is part of the normal reprioritization as far as austere measures are concerned in that regard. So we had to reprioritize that budget to effect some savings in that regard, given where we are at the moment. So thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Just the question, is that once off or does it carry through, Mr. Eli? If you can just clarify that position. The austerity savings is a carry through, is that right?
Yeah, just around the, thank you, HOD, just around the issue around the EPWT grant, why it's a once-off. We received that allocation, one of those conditional grants we received annually, the allocation. We never receive it over the MTF, and therefore we regard it as a once-off. It's just the nature of the grant, because there is it's part of a bigger pool of funding, which is administered broadly by National. So therefore we treat it in that particular way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG, Mr. Eli. Members, I am moving on, and I am taking the last grouping of pages with regards to the numbers 194 to 199. I'm taking your questions. Member Sayed, I note you. And Member Bosman thereafter.
Thank you, Chair. On page 194, I just wanted to get a sense in terms of the administration, the table over there, 8.6. What are the reasons for the budget cuts for administration, and what will the impact be on that? And which aspects of the administration are being cut? Then also, is there any bias in terms of the infrastructure spent towards the hotspot areas that are affected by the crowded classrooms and the unplaced learners? Then page 196, in terms of the examinations, external examinations, I just wanted to know, there's a slight decrease in the budget for external examinations when compared with 2020, 2021, with the main appropriation. What are the reasons for that slight decrease? Page 196, the summary of payments, program 7. Which supported programs will be given to those schools and districts that have performed poorly in the 2020 matric exams, and how much of this budget will be used to address? Okay, no, that's fine. The second part, I think I'm covered. Then page 201, also on the summary of payments, I wanted to know what are the reasons for us seeing a rise in the budget for computer services, property payments, entertainment, advertising, transport, and travel and subsistence. Could we maybe just get some detail in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, are we also asking around the annexures as well?
If you wish to do that now, as you've seen that member say it has gone there already, you may do so, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to find out with regards to page 202, there's a line item for legal costs. And I just wanted to find out if the department could clarify whether that is legal costs for internal disciplinary cases, or is that legal costs for when the department is taken to court by external parties? And we know that there's a tendency to take the department to the Human Rights Commission for every other thing. Does that cover that cost, or does it come from a different budget? And then I'm using my laptop, so I don't have the actual blue book, so I might not reference the page number, but there's monies that are transferred to the South African Broadcasting Corporation as well. If we can just get an idea for what that is for, is it for TV licenses, or is that for educational materials, etc.? And then the last question was around. No, Chair, let's leave that. I'll put that in a parliamentary question at a later stage once I've had time to study the APP in detail. So
thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Member Bosman. Member Christians, I note you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just on the Annexes 201, it was mentioned by a previous member, but now that we have, the Zoom calls and people don't have to go out as much, and we can make use of other technology, there should be a saving when it comes to entertainment, traveling, and subsistence and those type of things. So there's an increase. I just want to hear, when the department sees that it's more cost effective to do it via virtual and then going out, do they prioritize those type of things in order to to save costs? I just want to know around that. How do you sometimes you must go out physically and those type of things, but if you can use virtual meetings, do you optimize that to save costs? That's all I want to ask, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. SG, that is the round.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Salih Abrams to speak to the infrastructure question on hotspots. I'm going to ask Ms. Tina Singh, I think she's still here, to speak to the exams budget. And I'll then augment the exams question about the supported programs. I'll answer that question, and then Mr. Eli to speak to all the financial issues, and then I'll maybe come in with a Zoom call at the end again. If we can start with, I just want to say, Mr. Member Said, I'm sure that you would love the fact that we reduced the administration budget, but the large amount here is also for a technical reason. Mr. Eli, will you start with the financial issues, please? The admin and the other financial issues?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Just an overall explanation in terms of all the questions. I think you will find in the tables we talk about main appropriation, then we talk about adjusted appropriation, and we talk about revised estimates as well. I think members must just understand this is as a consequence of the environment we're in as far as COVID is concerned. We spoke this morning about the third adjustment as well. So what it does is it has caused a bit of you can call it adjustments in terms of percentage increases and decreases as well. It's a technical aspect, and I'll try to explain it as far as possible. So let me come to the administration in terms of the decrease. Sorry, Chair, can I talk?
Yes, we have interruptions of Member Christians once more. I see. Apologies, Mr. Eli. Please continue.
Yeah, referring to page 194 around the budget cuts in terms of administration, that adjustment was relating to the fact that we had in the revised estimate, we had the office relocation for WCD. As you know, the WCD is moving to a new building, and we've catered for that budget in that particular year, and it was a once-off. And therefore, coming back to the following year, which we are on review, it will obviously show a decrease in that regard as well. So that's just the explanation for that particular aspect as well. Then as far as on page 196, as far as the slight decrease in exams are concerned, that is as a result of the cost of living adjustment decrease we had to make there. So that's where the budget for exams took a bit of a dip, although it's not a major one. And that's why I only moved slightly there. Then, as far as the questions relating to property payments, entertainment, etc., and so forth is concerned, as you know, for the current year under review, which is 2021, we had to, as part of the catering for the COVID funding is concerned, we had to slash operational budgets quite severely. That didn't, because it's only for this year. Then for the following year, we're under review, we had to normalize the situation as well. So that's why those amounts look the way it does in terms of increases and decreases as well. So that's the main reason for those particular aspects where the budgets have been now restored to normality. Then as far as the Mr. Christensen's question is concerned, so yes, I think COVID has forced us to look at new ways of how we can save costs as well. Like, say, for example, for training, we've done training virtually during the current financial year, and that has resulted in savings as well, which has gone to fund other priority aspects in that regard as well. So we do look at those aspects, and I think we try to become more efficient because we are still in a pandemic, and we obviously try to avoid potential risk as far as the spreading of the virus is concerned. Then as far as the legal costs is concerned, yes, those legal costs are for the disciplinary hearings, and also then for dealing with possible litigations as well. When we have to pay for the lawyers and advocates that we are dealing with as well. Then as far as the question around the SABC cost is concerned, yes, we do have TVs in the department, and therefore we do pay for TV licenses in that regard. Yeah, I think, Chairperson, that is as far as those questions are concerned. I'm happy to take any further detailed questions around my response to that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eli. Chair, just to say that the legal costs also cover our liabilities, and every year there are liabilities that we have in the context of, say, a learner that has been hurt on school grounds or has lost an eye because of an incident. These issues we get sued for, and it's also part of that liability cost that's covered there. Mr. Abrams, would you like to speak to the infrastructure bias and hotspots, please?
Thanks, SG. Through the chair again. I mean, the short answer is we absolutely prioritize in a spatial planning context our investments of infrastructure bills in areas where there's an oversubscription of current schools and classrooms, and where there's a dire need for us to build more capacity. We spend 55% of our overall portfolio on just maintaining and ensuring that as far as possible the conditions are safe. So the bias, if I can put it that way, it's a prioritization of monies into two places. One, trying to build more classes. We built, as I've reported earlier, the 10 mobile primary schools and the 5 high schools we've built over the last 3 years have been in the quote-unquote hotspot areas. So we're expanding in those areas for sure. And then the maintenance budget, given that schools and classrooms of 40 plus or schools of 2,000, the degradation with extended use, acceleration of the degrading of buildings means we have to have a more focused maintenance program for those schools in those areas, and we do. So there's most definitely a prioritization of schools and monies going into schools in those geographic locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams. Chair, last comments from my side is just the issue of why in the Zoom era don't we do things more cost effectively? We do, in fact, do that, and Mr. Eli referred to that. But I also just want to say that there are some things, for example, the support of schools must be face-to-face. Our travel that the districts do, subject advisors do, for example, monitoring and supporting of schools, there's not a replacement for that travel and face-to-face space. So whilst there have been savings in a number of areas, that balance is watched carefully all the time. And finally, just the question of Minister of Member Sayed around the Program 7 support programs, in particularly the post-matric exam setup. We have both high school improvement programs and primary school improvement programs. And the high school improvement programs looks at the various issues, including grade 8 and 9, so that the move into grade 10 is good. But one of those aspects relates to support for grade 12. And grade 11s moving into grade 12 are monitored learner for learner in the context of how they performed in grade 11, so that every school knows exactly what are the challenges, the shortcomings, maybe the potential support that a particular learner needs. And so the curriculum input support, the programs that is based on subject input, including weekend classes, for example, including extra materials, including some tutor programs for learners, including digital programs and online programs, are programs that are all intended to enhance the support of learners. The fact that we are where we are, also with the grade 12 space, I think speaks a lot to the reality of those programs helping to prevent greater slides and greater regression in the performance of our endpoint of the system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG and Mr. Abrams and Mr. Eli. Mr. Eli must please take note to mute his mic when he is talking off air. Soos ongehoorsaam vandag in die vergadering. Members, on those last pages, including the annexures, anybody else that still want to pose a question? SG, I just want to ask on page 217. 216 now indicates the new or replacing infrastructure, that's the annexures. And then on 217, there's a heading that says outstanding final accounts. There's an amount of 25 million. And the retention, what is that specifically?
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Abrams or Eli, I think, to just respond to that, please. one of you are talking, you must just unmute yourself, please. Mr. Abrams?
Sorry, Chair, as I reached my button, I think I'd need a reframing of that question, please, with permission, Chair. I didn't understand it to come my way, but I'll field it.
Okay. Under new or replaced infrastructure projects, yes, on the annexures in regard to the maintenance 216 and 217. 217, there's the project name says outstanding final accounts and then retention, and there's an amount there of 25 million. And I just wanted to know what exactly is that, please.
Yeah, I'm not able to answer that question right now, ma'am. I think the lag in the settling the payments for work done, 25 million stands out for me like a very specific project, but I can't in Neisner, but I can't confirm that on this call. I will get back to the committee on the exact detail of that particular item. As I say, generically, it is related to the lag of just getting the payments processed.
Thank you very much. I noted Mr. Archie Lewis's hand is raised.
Chair, maybe I can just help with the concepts and not so much for the money. Normally, we must budget for retention funds and for closing account funds. And retention funds is basically that when a project is completed, a small amount of that project budget is retained until such time that the Department of Public Works give an indication that they are satisfied with the project. And then normally the contractor must then submit final accounts, and then the project is closed out. And if there's no provision made for that funding, then it will eat into your project budgeted funding. So we make provision for that always in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Members, Minister, HOD and the WCED, all officials. This is regarded as a public hearing, and I would afford, if there are any members of the public who indicates that they want to pose a question, and I'm being guided here by our procedural officer, Ms. Musa. Do we have anybody?
Chair, through you, thank you. I've received none, and I don't see any hands raised at present.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Then members and WCED, we have then come to the end of our session in regard to the appropriation for vote 5. We dealt with the third adjusted appropriation as well as the main appropriation for 21-22 in this standing committee meeting. I want to say thank you to all the members and to the Minister and the HOD for taking our questions and to respond to it in the way that you have. I shall now give an opportunity to the Minister as well as the HOD for some closing remarks. Minister?
Thanks, Chair. Can I ask HOD to go first, and then I'll have the final word for once. Thank you.
Okay, we understand that request. HOD, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for this engagement today, an engagement with insightful questions. And I just want to say on behalf of the department and also the HOD designate, who is not in this meeting today, but who, as you know, will take over the accountability for this budget on the 1st of April, also the start of the financial year, take over the accountability for this budget and the accountability for the education delivery from that time. I want to wish him everything of the best in this budget. We've done our best over the last months to create a budget and to allocate it to the kinds of things that will make the best difference under the most trying conditions. I'm not going to repeat what we said at the beginning, This is not going to be an easy budget, and I want to say that the possibility of education regression is huge because of the overcrowding and overflooding of our education system without the funding to run the education system as it ought to be run. That challenge is there. I want to say thank you for the engagement today, but if you'll allow me, because this is my last engagement with the Standing Committee, I would like to say thank you to all members present, also those that aren't present, members past. I leave education after 47 years and 3 months, and of the last probably 15 to 20 years, my engagement with the Standing Committee has only been a great engagement. It's been good, sensible conversations. I've loved the political interplay, but I've mostly loved the educational discourse around the delivery of education in this province. I want to say that I've been around under various governments over many years, and I want to say thank you for the respectful engagement with me over the years from all parties in the recent dispensation and previously. Thank you for the respectful engagement. Thank you for the insightful questions. Thank you for the oversight and the critical questions that are asked to ensure that this education department is the best and make sure that we deliver to the best of our ability, regardless of the challenges that we face. I want to say thank you. I will also, if you'll allow me, just want to say thank you for this certificate, Member Botha, that I received in this week from the Standing Committee on behalf of the members of the Provincial Parliament. It is very humbling, and I want to say thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG.
Thank you, Chima. Karen, thank you. It's not often I see the SG getting emotional, and I have now, so there we go. SG, I also want to say a final thank you to you, and also to Dr. Beetz, who I'm sorry I omitted in the beginning, Dr. Beetz. Both are going to leave a huge gap in the education department. There are many, many years of experience between the two of them, and you will both be sorely missed. I'm very pleased we've still got Mr. Archie Lewis and Mr. Eli and the rest of the team with us to make sure that we can continue on this very difficult path that the SG has sketched out. And I don't think we must kid ourselves, it is going to be difficult. It's already difficult. As one of our district directors says, a maths teacher, the maths doesn't work. You know, if you have X number of classrooms and X number of children, they can only go into it so many times, and then there is no more space. And I really think we are in it for a difficult time, but I do think, SG, under your leadership, we have made huge strides in the department. We have made a huge culture change, as is evidenced by the Barrett survey over the last few years. We still will continue to have problems, but despite that, we have a really good team of committed people who are doing their absolute best to try and ensure that, as you say, we don't regress any further, because it is extremely difficult to do so without proper funding. So thank you, SG. Thank you to the committee. Thank you, Chairperson, for your chairing of this committee. And thank you also to the team. Thank you also especially to the finance team, who have put in many, many, many hours preparing for not only this engagement, but our MTech presentations, which I have to say have been absolutely excellent. And certainly we do not mince our words about the needs that we have in the department. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the members.
Thank you very much, Minister. SG. Members, I'll afford you an opportunity if you wish to. Member Syed.
Thank you very much. Let me also basically reiterate and thank the Superintendent General, the SG, for his service to the Department of Education, to the learners. It's most certainly been a long career, and in the short space of time in which we've been able to interact over the last two. And I say that despite some of the issues that we've been raising, he's always he's always been having that skill and that ability to speak with respect to ourselves, to ensure that he finds ways and solutions and we wish him all the best. And we hope that he's not going to be a loss to the education system. We hope that he'll always still be there to basically engage and to give his guidance to those who are involved in education. So thank you very much, SG. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Said. Member Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Of course, in the previous government, we also had the SG as HOD of the department. But let me say, interacting with the department under the leadership of the SG, we saw how professional they are. And they are really skilled, and they are, I believe, sought after individuals because they're so intellectual, and yet they bring it across, whatever the engagements we have was always good engagements. But I want to say this, we in this province, we are blessed to have individuals such as USG. Individuals that look at this as a calling and not just a job. Something that you were born to do, something that is from the bottom of your heart. And from our side, we want to say thank you for the years and years of sacrifice, years and years commitment under difficult circumstances. We can be proud that the Western Cape has produced such a person as you. And my prayers and thoughts is with you, and may you have a well-rested retirement and still assist in the way that you think. We want you to enjoy life because education has taken a lot of your family time, has taken a lot of your time, and we want you to spend some quality time with your family and so on. But wherever you can contribute, I believe we cannot lose the intellectual capacity that you have. So God bless you and have a good retirement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Member Christians. Member Bosman.
Chairperson, I also want to echo our thanks and my thanks to both the SG and to Mr. Beards. I think, as I said earlier, education is a lifelong commitment. And since I know Mr. Beards from my previous time as an academic publisher, I want to encourage both the SG and Mr. Beards to start writing and to start publishing again and to start documenting the lessons that you've learned, because you are indeed in a very unique position to be able to document and to advise on what needs to happen to make sure that we move education further along into the second part of the 21st century, and that we actually look at how the lessons learned from both a pedagogical perspective and a practical perspective can help us move forward in creating quality education for all. And I think, as Member Christian said, our province is blessed, and I do hope that we're able to share some of that learnings through your writing to other provinces as well as globally as well. So good luck, and please do feel free to come back as a member of the public to our committees as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Bosman. Thank you, members. I, SG, want to say, as a standing committee chair, and here I want to include Ms. Singh, and I want to include Dr. Beards, and I am including you, SG, and I said it before. I want to say thank you to all of you for the sacrifice, as said before, from other members, but also for the dedication that you have had to education in our province. And as the chairperson for the standing committee for this term, but also in the previous term as a member, that you have always taken the time to take my call, whatever time it would have been and whatever day it would have been. So thank you, and I include Dr. Beards because of late I have been a nuisance with him too. So thank you very much. Thank you for what you have done to education, and I would concur with Member Bosman. Leave a guide to those who would come after you, so that they also be guided by what your experience have been and how you have handled the experiences during difficult times. You've steered the ship during difficult waters. So thank you very much. And on the journey of your next life journey, embrace it and enjoy it. And thank you for being there for education in our province, to all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Thank you. Humbling, and I'm sure all three of us appreciate the kind words of members, and not one of us will stop living and loving education and the children of this province and this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, you still there? To you and
Yes,
the department, to you and to the department, thank you very much for availing yourselves today for this session that we have had with you to engage on the appropriation. As the Minister of Finances have told us, this is a budget for hope. So let's this budget of hope for education for Vote 5 take us through the difficult journey that lies ahead of us, and that we uphold the let us uphold the vision of this department to give quality education to each learner in each classroom, in each school of this beautiful province. I wish you well and say thank you. And at this point in time, I'm going to then ask that you and the department leave this session, as this standing committee will embark on concluding our administrative tasks pertaining to this meeting that we have had. Go well, and please keep safe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Dr. Beards. Members, Wasima. Members,
Yes, Chair.
We have agreed in our last meeting that we will adopt our reports as well today, and that our recommendations would not form part of the report, but would, however, form part of the minutes, as you can remember. So can we just look at our recommendations first?
Chair,
Member Bosman.
are we allowed to now give recommendations?
We can, and then we'll adopt the reports thereafter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'm mindful of the fact that we made a resolution in our last meeting to ask the WCED to give us an update on the unplaced learners. If I could perhaps ask that we get a weekly report very similar to what we got last year on the 4th of February in that beautiful PowerPoint presentation, with the unplaced learners broken down per education district. And then also the second part, Chair, if we can get a specific presentation on the status, and maybe this could be a joint presentation to the Standing Committee on Social Development as well, on the status of the ECD migration, so that we can ask some of those questions around registered and non-registered ECDs and understand what is being moved. And then also if we can get more detailed information on how the department is actually using the GCIS software and what their collaboration is with local municipalities, because we keep on hearing that municipalities expect the department to build more than what's within their mandate. And we now know that municipalities charge the Department of Education corporate rates for water and electricity. So if we can get details on that, I would appreciate it. And then the last one I have, Chair, is if we can get just another set of more detail on what's being done on increasing the collaboration. And maybe this is something that we need to get from the DBE and not the WCED, but more information on how the SA-SAM system is being used and how the data from the SEMA system is being fed through the Lurid system, and what DBE's plans are for actually making sure that that becomes an integrated system that's used across the country as we manage learners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Christians? Any recommendations?
Chair, I don't know if it's covered. Let me just hear quickly. And I don't know if we had enough. I'm still worried about the unplaced learners. And I know it's difficult for them, but is anything going to be done with the unplaced learners? And then I've asked a question previously, but I think we captured in the previous thing about mathematics and science taken away from schools. There was not enough consultation on that. So I'll speak to the procedural officer in that regard, because I had more people phoning me. But I didn't want to bring it up again, but I think the unplaced, there's people that come to our metropolitan office and are waiting for the phone calls from the education department to say when the children are placed. So I don't know, Chair, I know I mentioned it and we've spoke about it, but I don't know, must be overemphasized that point. Thank you, Chair.
I think that in regard to what Member Bosman was saying, his recommendation, yours would fall into it he requested that we get a weekly update from the WCED in regard to how these numbers are now decreasing and where the learners are placed.
Thank you, Chair, I'm covered.
Okay, and then in regard to your second part, I know you have also spoken to it last week when we had the briefing from the department as well. So if you can take it offline with our procedural officer, because that recommendation was also sent, and then let's then wait for a response on that recommendation, the previous one, and then see what transpires from the WCD, if that is okay with you.
Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Member Allen, any recommendations from you?
I'm covered, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bruncase?
I'm covered, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Syed?
Chair, just one. I think I'm largely covered on the issue of the non-placed learners. But I want to know, maybe just from the committee side, is Member Bosman speaking about them just sending us that list of the update, or are we actually going to be having meetings with the department weekly? Just wanted to get a sense of that. I thought if we could get a sense of that. I mean, what's the plan of the committee in that regard? Then on the issue of the dropout rates, I was wondering whether we could just get a detailed synopsis from the department around the dropout rates below grade 10 and what are the plans in that regard to basically address that, because I heard them talking about data and those type of things and the accuracy of data. Maybe we should actually be having a meeting about dropout rates. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Bosman, do you just want to clarify on Member Syed's question?
Yes, Chairperson. I think a weekly report, written report through the procedure officer would be sufficient. We don't want to take them away from the actual job of placing those learners. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Wasima, I note your hand.
Chair, through you, thank you.
Is this in regard to recommendations? Because I also want to add.
Oh, okay. First add, and then I will
all right.
I just want to respond to Member Syed's recommendation.
Okay, please respond then.
The recommendation by Member Syed was made last week on the dropout rate. It was one of the requests that he asked. So do you want me to add it again, or can that be suffice and then get that information? Member Syed can just give guidance on that.
I would want to say, and Member Syed can correct me, I would want to say let's add it again. And also there was a request to have a presentation on it. But on that presentation, I want to amend and then also ask for social development to be present. So it would be a joint meeting.
No, I
Member
agree,
Said?
Chair. That actually strengthens the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Then I would want to recommend in regard to the ECD migration that we also get a joint presentation by the National Department of Social Development and the Provincial Department of Social Development, as well as the Western Cape Education Department in regard to the ECD migration. And then I'm asking Wasima if you can then just roll back to us all the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. I've captured thus far the unplaced weekly report from WCED on the unplaced learners, where the numbers are, at which schools they've placed, etc. To give that weekly to us, a presentation by DSD on the immigration, the registered and non-registered, how the WCED is using the GIS software, also the increasing use of the SASAM system, the dropout rate, to change that to a presentation, which would include DSD in that as well, and then a presentation on the ECD, a joint presentation with the National Department of DSD, DPS, DBE, WCD, on the immigration of ECD to WCD.
Okay, that seems that it is what we have spoken about. So thank you very much, Wasima. I'm now going to ask you in regard to the reports to flight the third adjustment appropriation report first. Members, okay, it was there. It was there, Wasima, and now it's gone. Thank you very much. That is the main appropriation, it seems, not a third adjusted.
Hold on, Chair. I'm just opening it up again.
Okay. Nada, nothing's happening.
Just one moment. Here we go.
There we go. Thank you very much. Members, this is now the report that we have to adopt. And it would read as follows: draft committee report of the Standing Committee on Education on Vote 5, Education in the schedule to the Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2020-2021, financial year B3 2021, dated 19 March 2021 as follows. The Standing Committee on Education, having deliberated on the budget of Vote 5, Education in the schedule to the Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation 2020-21 financial year B3 2021, refer to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 188, reports that it supports the vote or the other option does not support the vote. Members, I'm taking your input. Member Bosman.
Chairperson, I want to propose that this committee supports the vote.
Thank you. I have Member Allen, Member Christians, Member Sayed.
Chairperson, I second the motion by Member Bosman that we support the vote.
Thank you. Member Christians.
Also support, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Member Sayed.
Chair, I want to register the minority view of the African National Congress that we don't support the vote.
Thank you. Wasima, if we can have the minority view. Okay, so it would now read: the Standing Committee on Education, having deliberated on the subject of Vote 5, Education, in the schedule to the Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation 2020-21 financial year, B3 2021, referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 188, reports that it supports the vote. In accordance with Standing Rule 90, the African National Congress expressed its minority view to not support the vote. Members, that is how our report would read. Member Allen, your hand is still raised, or is it in addition to? Members, that would then be how our report would read in regard to the third adjusted appropriation. Thank you very much. Now for the main appropriation, that report. Wasima. Thank you very much. The draft committee report of the Standing Committee on Education, vote 5, Education in the schedule to the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, B4 2021, dated 19 March 2021, would read as follows. The Standing Committee on Education, having deliberated on the subject of Vote 5, Education in the schedule to the Western Cape Appropriation, B4 2021, referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 188, reports that it supports the vote, does not support the vote. Members, I'm taking your input. Member Bosman, I note you again.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, once again, I'd like to propose that we support the vote.
Member Allen, thank you, Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Seconded that we support the vote.
Thank you, Member Allen. Member Christians.
The ACDP, African Christian Democratic Party, supports the vote.
Thank you very much, the ACDP. Honourable Said.
Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to express a minority view. We don't support the vote as the African National Congress.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Our report would then read: the Standing Committee on Education, having deliberated on the subject of Vote 5, Education in the schedule to the Western Cape Appropriation, B4 2021, referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 188, reports that it supports the vote. In accordance with Standing Rule 90, the African National Congress expressed its minority view to not support the vote. Thank you, members. That is how our report would read for the main appropriation for this Vote 5. Members, at this point in time, I wish to say thank you for availing yourselves. Member Said, we have recorded the apology of Member Kama. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Bendaza. I want to say thank you to IT, Siraj, Hassan, who have supported us throughout this standing committee. Member Bosman, I note your hand.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also just want to say thank you to you for chairing this committee so ably. It was a difficult task today because there was a lot of items on the agenda, but you also always seem to bring the complexity of education into a very practical conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I wish to say also thank you to Wasima, our very capable procedural officer, who is always on par with doing the logistics and making our standing committee meetings happen. Members, I want to say thank you, and I want to say go well, and please keep safe. Thank you. This standing committee meeting of education is now adjourned. Thanks.